And welcome back, everybody. This is now the playoffs of the Open Division here at IGLeague. Of course, this is the second one for $3,000 in the line. I'll be the host of the day, Edu, joined by the wonderful Soren. We cast a lot together. Soren, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. We are starting off with a banger of a match. We could always start at the top, but we always go for the most competitive matches possible here on IGL. So we are starting off Entertainment District versus One Day, 4th seed, 14th seed, and we're going to be starting off on Ascent. I mean, it's a staple here in IGL. We cast it at least twice every time we are on a casting desk together. So, I mean, we're expecting exactly what we know, but there's always room for a little bit of innovation, a little bit of change up. So I'm excited to get started.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited as well. But all I know is that it's Ascent, and it's me and you, Soren.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna say it because if I say it, it's gonna happen.
How you do it?
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say that there might be a chance at overtime. Not gonna say that. Not gonna say that.
It's being generous that it's only one overtime at you.
Yeah. But obviously, Ascent is one of those maps where, as long as the teams are even, it could go very long. It is one of the most default heavy maps here. But as you pointed out, 4th seed and 14th seed. So I'm not sure if that is going to go the way that they want. As of course, hopefully we see the best kind of gameplay. But looking at these players, we've seen a lot of them before. They know me, they know us, they know IGL, and you guys are about to be in for some of the best gameplay that we can have to offer you. Obviously, I'm not expecting a stomp here because it is Ascent, but it is going to be a pretty exciting day today as we are jumping straight into the map on the floating island here from Vienna. And let's see if it is going to be what we need to see in Agent Select here. Now, Soren, what do you expect as the agents for this map here?
Well, immediately getting in underway, and it's looking pretty standard across the board. We're seeing the Killjoys that have taken their place on the throne after Chamber got nerfed to the ground. Maybe not for too much longer because they did just, or they are buffing him. So maybe we see some change up, but at least here on Ascent now, Killjoy is still queen. So we're seeing her get hovered on both sides, and it looks like we are just going to get a mirror composition, and it's pretty much a standard comp. I actually think I was looking at some statistics. I think this is the most standard composition across every region in Valorant in tier 2 and tier 1 professional play. It's the Killjoy, the Jet, Chaos over combination with usually it's an Omen. Sometimes they get a bit spicy and throw an Astra in there, but Omen is almost the standard go-to controller on most maps. So nothing too crazy, not a lot of innovation in the team compositions. A little bit worrying because again, like you said, this is a very default heavy map. This is almost a solve map at times. It's very rare we see something brought out new. So not seeing any change ups with the agents. I know sometimes we see Vipers come through. Astra adds some variation, but not seeing any change ups. We're expecting a long haul here. It's going to be a pretty standard map. We're going to be seeing and expecting a lot of mid control being fought over, especially on the attack side, and hopefully maybe some wacky plays. I mean, this is a good opping map and some distinct angles, so maybe we do see some intense plays from these Jets at least.
Yeah, I mean, that is what I can see. Honestly, though, on Ascent, I've actually seen a lot of opping KJs. Even in the tier 1 scene. I've casted a lot, and I gotta point out, Killjoys seem to be bringing ops to the table, and it's not something that you would expect, but it happens on Ascent more than any other map, and I believe that the way it works is KJ with her op can be able to hold tight angles, but we're jumping straight in to a pistol round here, and it looks like for me, it's already begun, but we're going to follow our wonderful observer today, Hydra, also our producer and the owner of IGL. But let's look at Clamorin to try to find a shot. Can't hit it, but we did see a lot of damage dealt to that KJ so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're immediately seeing that pressure over towards mid. All 5 are sitting in there. Luckily, Clamoran takes that very aggressive angle, has this over the peak off of, but he's only going to get some chip damage, and now they try to get this angle out in mid. They're not going to find anything, but this smoke should give it away that they're going to be looking deep.
Wow, the shot's just not coming out, but look at this hold from Conartist being able to right-click once, and now needs to do it a few more times in a 2v4. We got Shifty, and we got some other players ready to do the damage and maybe clean up the paces here. Look at what we got, Shifty. Right around the corner, just needs to find that entry. Unfortunately, no one on the defense side except for Con Artist was able to hit a shot, so definitely not what I would have expected from these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I do actually really like the play from Clamoran, who pushes up and, like I said before, had the Sova sitting on that a little bit farther angle. So when they tried to re-peek the Jet that peeked them and towards tiles, they could get some follow-up damage. But because they didn't really get any kills, they just got some damage. The attack was still in full force. They still had all their utility, and just a couple of really poorly placed angles from the defense just made it so that B site opened up, and a 2v5 with only pistols is so difficult, especially this early into the game. And we're already seeing an adaptation here from the defense to try to stall out and prevent that mid aggression, and they have taken mid by force. Jen is pushed all the way up and is gonna find the first kill.
Wow, that is a dramatic change from what we last saw. But of course, a Bulldog's gonna bite you in the ankles, and that's gonna be Chase doing a little bit of a jet diff. Unfortunate there for Clamoran, especially that early pick. As I was saying, one of the better plays that we've seen out of him so far, but obviously it's only round 2, so there's a lot of room for improvement. But look at Con Artist, just jiggle peeking around corners, trying to walk into a perfect timing, but you're walking into a Vandal headshot, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Now, if you guys don't know, there was a recent nerf to a lot of the rifles' ammo counts. For example, a whole reserve clip for the Vandal now gone, and the Odin seems to be a new meta. What are your thoughts on that, Soren?
As a Killjoy rat main, I love to see it, but here on the site, it is going to be clinical. I mean, they had 3 members, all with pistols, I believe, so it was going to be a tall order to try to do anything in the later stages of the round. But, I mean, especially here on Ascent, the walls are made of paper and glass. The Odin is extremely strong, and now not being able to fire through without being punished, I'm actually expecting to see a lot more Sages get played, particularly maybe even on this map to secure some of the more dangerous walls that people try to hold here. But I mean, the Odin can have some serious pressure. I don't think we're going to see it like the Ares meta from, I think a year ago, where everyone just ran the Ares because it was the best rifle in the game, even if it wasn't a rifle. But I do think we're actually going to be starting to see at least one individual run an Odin on some of these maps, like Ascent, where the walls are made of paper, and you can get the best value out of it.
Absolutely, but let's see how they're going to be able to get the value out of these newfound rifles in their buy round. Clamoran running it down and taking out yet another first blood, this time onto D Kim. But this is a big split up coming out here from the side of the attackers one day. Are they going to get a pick? Maybe one day, but they have to work together if they're going to want to do it. Now, they are splitting off lots in mid, with a lot of noise being made, but I'm looking at that bomb pushing right into tree and getting wonderfully one-tapped by Con Artist, and now we're seeing them split off and try to hit the B side. Arrow here for it, but cannot aim for it. Chase is going to get a free gun upgrade, and now it's going to be a 3v3 with a retake underway. Pretty tough if you are in the position here of end this Val. Can they end this round with a dub, or are they just getting taken down?
30 seconds left.
The spike is going to go down. Clamoran finds that opening kill, makes it a 2v3, and what looked to be pretty solid actually is going to look really sketchy now.
Ooh, Chase! Clean shot. But it's a 1v2. Clean. Ready for more? Can you get it? No, you can't. And that is going to be a round down. And unfortunately, Con Artist was not able to save a lot of his teammates left, but still a decent round. When you have a second round and you lose more than 3 people, you are not going to be looking into the 4th round looking that good. I'm kind of concerned for them, because if we look at this scoreboard and looking at the loadout selection, they're kind of broke here on the defense side. There's not going to be a lot of buys.
Yeah, absolutely not. It does look like they're going to try to force, though. We're seeing some light shields come out. The Bulldogs, actually a Spectre now in the hands of Arrow. So it's going to be a little bit of a scrappy buy. And it does look like multiple of them are going to run right into this 4-stack on A. This could be very deadly for them. But it does look like the defense is going to back away. Shifty is going to try to sit into line, but that Bulldog's just not going to do it for him.
Yeah, it's not going to do it for them. Clamoran this time not able to get the first blood, but Con Artist will pick up where their teammates go down. And let's see if they can get some more picks. Con Artist, beautiful damage taken. Sova Dart, definitely, it gives you the info that you need. And now in a 3v4 with not the best weapons, but that is a 1 HP Omen. 1 HP Con Artist too. Everybody's low as hell right now, but talking about the players in hell, they're just inching their way through, jumping up and getting knocked down. It's gonna be Con Artist from above trying to now find DK, and from the side it's a 1 HP Omen ready to bomb, and it's a 1v1, and somehow
Down A.
they managed to win this because the bomb is down and they just gotta play time.
Yeah, they only have a Spectre though, and Omen is going to be able to pick up. Spike does have ultimate, notably, and a Vandal. Meanwhile, this KJ is kind of stuck there.
30
The only
seconds
real
left.
upgraded weaponry is in a very dangerous area.
Yeah, and I mean, if they do get the bomb planted, that's a huge advantage. They did have an ultimate.
Cover going out.
Well, they decided not to use that. They decided to just wait it out and maybe find these picks, but no. Getting aggressive on 1 HP, probably the weirdest play you could have chosen, but you're putting that gamble down, and unfortunately, you lost the chips in it. And that's going to be Arrow clutching this up, and they actually won with an economy differential, and it was a 3v5 for the retake there.
Yeah, no, it was a really good comeback. It does bring it to the 2. That also is a nice bit of boon for their economy, but it does still look a little bit scrappy. Everyone's practically buying out. They do have a shorty in the hands of Clamoran, but does have the Blade Storm available, so it's not all doom and gloom for them. Meanwhile, this attacking side, it is doom and gloom for them. They have one Guardian, and that's really it. Some Sheriffs to the name, and they're going to try to cause some damage. They were able to pick those first 2 rounds up pretty convincingly, played really well. But now, after the last 2 rounds of losing, I think 9 of the 5 possible, it's been very sketchy. They're gonna have to get some really nice eco kills here to try to bring this back into their favor.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
And let's see if they are going to be able to work this Thrifty out. Running it down, though, they have made waves and motions. But look at this. They're winning most of the trades, actually get a util kill, and now they have full site control and weapons because 3 died on site. That's going to be free guns for them. Let's see if they can do what they can with now DChem looking around trying to find maybe 1 pick here. The only one who hasn't picked up a bigger gun yet,
One
and
enemy remaining.
looks like he's now going to have to clutch it up with the Sheriff, but he's the Sheriff in town. DChem, oh my God. One day, just such a good player.
Absolutely, that was crazy for them. I was gonna comment if we had a second to pause that it was a little bit awkward not being able to pick up, you know, a rifle or any upgrade other than the Sheriff, but sometimes the Sheriff just seems to be all you need. Massive round for them. That's huge for their economy as well, because I believe while he was the only one left, there was very little investment. We're gonna see the full buy across the board for them. And also, that was a scrappy buy still for the defense. So now they're the ones rocking the Sheriffs, but now it is a full buy. So it's going to be even tougher than one they had to overcome. And it does look like they are going to utilize some pack tactics over on A. 3-man push up into A main, but there's not going to be a soul there as all 5 slowly creep their way up into B main. They do have the Killjoy there, but again, they're so scrappy. They're only investing this KJ turret to get the initial contact, and that no command popping is going to put them into an awkward situation as they have no way of holding this site.
Yeah, but what a pick there from Shifty. Taking out the control agent here is going to bring a lot of damage, but it's the people on the flank. Con Artist now down. But unfortunately for the defense, they're going to have to now get into the retake scenarios here. And Clamoran's helping out. But what is this spray? That is going to be the Sova getting a pick here. But stuck inside of what they need. It's just market. But Clamoran, 1v2. The timing not on your side. Turn around, buddy. You got someone there. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Walking right into a KJ ult with about 25 seconds to spare.
Yeah, no, it's very unfortunate. I bet they were expecting, you know, their teammates to do a little bit more damage as they were entering through, and I do actually think they did not have the time to leave, so they just needed to find something, but everyone just played in their corners and waited. It was really well played from this attacking side, and Suevos finding 4 kills there, putting the team on their back a little bit. And we are now finally seeing a full buy come out. Mostly Shifty and Clamoran are rocking light shields, but there is an operator now in the hands of the Jet, peeking this mid angle, is in a position to cause some damage here.
Wow. In that position, but it's the op getting ready to drop yet another player down. Instinct. Still the player, the Silva inside of Market, ready to do it again. We're in this position last time, so here we go.
5v4. There's a lot to play for here. There we go. They are going to spot the one in B main, so the flank is not going to be available.
Yeah, and Clamoran getting yet another pick down, but it's going to be Taisama here, ready trying to find these picks, but are they going to be able to? Needing to get it, but Clamoran is on that killing spree of 3, looking for some more, but it's a double kill down from D-Kim, but unfortunately D-Kim is not him this time, and Shifty is going to get the 1 tap. That is what we need to be seeing, and as we know, Ascent looking like a pretty close map today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know D-Kim wasn't able to secure it, but did find 2 there, almost the 3rd. So it was a scrappy win nonetheless, but they do keep the operator, which is really nice. That's not going to be a massive hit to their economy, but so much was lost there. Instinct is going to have to rock the Sheriff. They do sell the operator, so hopefully maybe for them they can, you know, get it an early pick, maybe play for some mid space and get that Sova a rifle. But I mean, doesn't look like they're going to have anything to pick up, actually, as it is going to be Sheriffs across the board from the attack as they need to completely rebuild their economy.
Yeah, they are going to have to just build it up from scraps here. But we've seen them win the Thrifty before. They won it 2 rounds ago. It was an insane clutch by DJ Kim. But are they going to be able to find some more? Obviously, they are facing off against an op, and this op does have retake potential with the blades just around the corner. But talking about around the corner, it's Con Artist and this Omen to try to hold their own here. But of course, how are you going to entry with just Sheriffs? It's not a whole lot of firepower, and you're just really gunning it down for the early picks. And this default has now spent about a minute here just walking back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does look like they're now making their way over towards mid. They see the presence of multiple different agents on multiple sites. It's a 2-and-2 hold with this operator in the middle. It's very effective in these anti-eco rounds, and they are going to find Chase, Jet on Jet violence, and the operator on top.
Up on top, and all these players ready to drop as now Con Artist has to hold this down. Still knows that there are going to be people in tree. Con Artist, though, pushing up with an op, and it works, but he can't dash. He bumps into Zevos. Oh my god, that is some crazy timing. And now Taisama has to find the time to clutch it in a 1v4. Sheriff in hand and cannot get it. Con Artist here cleaning it up and making a beautiful painting in the blood of this KJ, and that's going to tie us up 4-4.
Absolutely. Instinct there. I don't know if anyone even caught it. Instinct barely missing the sight on the Killjoy as they jumped around the corner in the garden, barely by milliseconds. So probably could have been a little bit more clean if they had the information. But like you said, Con Artist is able to pick it up. We are now tied 4-4 here. And again, we're not going to say it over and over because don't want to jinx it too hard, but it is now tied. It's looking very back and forth. Neither team right now has been able to put 3 rounds in a row together. Only 2, and it's been back and forth. So it's been very scratchy. It's been really, really close. And I think we just need one team to break this hold so far.
The fact that Clamoran just got away with getting this far up isn't the same thing, but talk about getting far up. It's going to use the Hunter's Fury to grab 1, the knives to get another. The ults are doing damage, but so is D-Kim. But look at that right behind you. What? Clamoran selling it right now using coupon code DUMB. Not going to say it, but let's see if they can find some picks here. Here we go, right around the corner. Got KJ now. 1v2. Clean headshot.
Spike planted.
Both players are incredibly low, but Arrow can't use any util. They're just playing time now. D Kim. One more.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
my god. Good clutch. I did not expect that to be the outcome of that round, to be honest with you. Arrow managing to deal it, but I think it just came down to how they were able to just level out the damage and just have to go for one taps.
You can trust my boss.
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded. I was going to say towards the beginning of that round, like, oh wow, we're actually seeing possibly that break I was talking about. It's 3 to 5. No one really took some serious damage early, and then suddenly KO on site just comes alive, and I think finds 2 or 3, brings it level. Their teammates bring it to a 1v2 situation. They look to have everything. They pop the no command to prevent the lockdown from the Killjoy, and somehow, I mean, just almost solely off the base of them being low, they're able to secure the final 2 kills. It's insane. The insanely close game so far, and even when the rounds look like they could be a stomp, they somehow level out and play out to be pretty easy.
See ya.
Yeah, and that definitely is going to help out some players here. But let's look at this. Shifty now taking out Vix. And that's going to be another pick down. Oh my god, they're walking right into the crosshairs here. But is that the enemy's problem, or is it just beautiful crosshair placement? Let's see if we can find a placement here for these last 2 players, as they have to get the bomb. They popped an ult already, and now they're facing a 2v5. D Kim, we've always seen them as one of the last players in, last player out. Same with Huevos, but these initiators are going to have to take the initiative if they want to win this. But all they're doing is getting shot through smokes and smoke themselves. That's a flawless round, and defenders have guaranteed them this half at 6 points.
There we go. That was the one-sided round I think we needed. That is going to be massive boon for the economy. No one lost anything off that flawless, so the economy's in a good spot. Meanwhile, the attackers are now going to have to settle with some classics and some sheriffs. I mean, it looks like we might see one stinger, a little bit of a spectacle from DKem. But, I mean, it should still be overwhelmingly in the favor of this defense. And if it plays out as it typically should in these kinds of rounds from Valorant, we should finally see a 3-round advantage here. But Chase has popped the Blade Storm to try to get some kills to level it out. If they can get this operator dealt with and a few rifles,
I think they might be able to. It's going to be tough, though.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh.
Spike down A.
We're just seeing some damage being dealt here. Honestly, one day seemingly having fallen right now from a huge streak that they were on, but not really sure if it is going to be good enough. These guys are just taking round after round, losses after losses.
Yeah, and there we go. The attackers are going to pull the timeout. It's exactly what we need to see. Looking at the board, they do now firmly have the advantage. They have the 3-round lead. They've put 5 in a row together. So they have finally taken command here. And I will say, this map can sometimes be very defensive-sided. The Jet with the operator on defense is insane. It's usually a lot more risky to pull out on the attacking side, and Clamran has been running riot on them practically this entire time. So while I do need to assess, how they're going to be playing for these sites, I do think they need to be playing for a little bit more mid-control, trying to keep Clamran off of some of those more dangerous angles, and taking the fights that they know they can win. At the end of the day, they just need to kind of survive. If they can just finish out this last round, finish strong, they could bring this to a 7-5, and then once they switch over to the defensive side, if they can get an operator in the hands of their Jet, that Killjoy will finally come online, they could immediately bring this back.
They could. Are they going to do that? It's a 50-50. So I'm not exactly 100% on this, but it might happen. But let's see if that is. Yeah, there's hope. All right, and hope is where the heart is. So let's see if they are going to be able to clutch this up. Of course, 7-5, definitely where you want to be at the half. But if you get to 8-4 on Ascent, it's going to be a tough one to try to seal the deal and keep these clutches coming.
Absolutely, and it doesn't look like we are seeing a little bit of a reversion back to the earlier rounds of this game, where it is a pretty heavy lean towards B. It looks like they're going to fight here, close on sight.
Oh, damn! damage dealt one day. Maybe next time, as these guys are diffing you so hard. But DKim, you've clutched these before. You're gonna have to do it again if you want to win this game. But that is no guarantee with how these guys have been playing it. So right now, it's just pretty worrisome if I were on these sides. But DKim's ready to now clutch this up. Of course, knife out though. Why?
Yeah. I was gonna say they do have the defender lockdown available as well, so this is looking to be a rather tall ask from the KO DKim, but it doesn't really matter if you just want to walk around with your knife out. So very, very unfortunate. The round, or the half, excuse me, finishes 8-4, and like you said, 7-5 is pretty good. You only need to win the pistol to really bring it back to about level going into the bonus round, but 8-4 is a lot steeper of a hill to climb, and if you lose that round early, you go down 9-4, you're expected to lose the anti-eco, and suddenly you're facing an opponent that's already in double digits. It can be a boulder rolling down a cliff if you cannot try to stabilize here early. So we need to see a massive improvement, especially from that last round, which seemed a little bit dead in the water the moment they stepped in the B main.
Yeah, and we don't want it to be dead in the water. We want it to be as close as it possibly can be, but that's, of course, no guarantee here. Let's see if they are going to do enough.
It does look like a 2-1-2 split with the Omen sitting a little bit more towards Garden. They do have the KJ trip set up on mid to try to prevent any push through, which is allowing them to give up some space in mid, but that could be very dangerous as it doesn't leave Vix with a lot of room to work with, only a classic in hand. Very smartly though, is going to back away towards their teammates that are sitting in going out.
Blinding.
Smart plays make the player. Let's see it though. Shifty. Oh my god, that is sad. Oh, but here we go. It's gonna be a now 2v2 with a lot of damage taken by the attackers. But are they going to be able to seal the deal, as it is a full rotate to get to the B side as quick as you can? 45 seconds on the clock, and you're going to have to use those legs and make them work, as it is going to be a huge rundown. But no, it might be a fake in a tree, and if they get into the tree, they might be able to plant the spike and maybe plant themselves a win. But no, they're faking me out as well as the enemies, but that's an alarm bot, and now they know exactly where you're coming from.
Last player standing.
There we go. That is a nice, easy cleanup. They were both weak, so just a single tap to the chest with just a ghost would be plenty to work with. And they do luckily secure the round. That does bring it 8-5. So that, you know, worst possible scenario, seeing their opponents hit the double digits, is prevented, at least for the time being. They're going to invest pretty heavily into this round. We're seeing the Marshall, a Spectre, 2 Bulldogs, which is quite, you know, impressive and could be really useful, because if they're able to keep them going into the bonus round, that could flip the full buy rifle round a little bit on its head and try to compound it into a little bit more of a winning side here on this second half. But it's going to require a lot of teamwork and a lot of precision to do that.
It is, but look at this precision right now. These guys are just doing such a clean job with hopefully cleaning this up. Now 8-5 defense. Happy that they won that round. End this. Might be able to take this out.
Does look like there was a small investment. Shifty, no, excuse me, Con Artist does have a Spectre in hand, so they do have something to try to level out the playing field, but it looks like they're going to try to go on to B here, and there is a Killjoy setup, and Chase sitting there holding that angle tightly with the Marshall, so it's not going to be undefended, and with just a classic to their name.
There we go. Oh, Marshall, unfortunately, is not going to hit the shots. Chase now down. And defense here could be losing their second round if they don't gun these players down here. Taisama, beautiful, just check of a corner, swinging around. And now it's just going to be a 3v3. Attack does have weapon disadvantage, but they have the post-plant advantage here. Is that going to level with them? Sorry, go ahead.
They are also weak, though, so they do have some...
Oof, but that's unfortunate. Con Artist trying to keep this going. see if they can find these picks, but what a shot from the stairwell. Can he find another?
Last player
And
standing.
he will.
One enemy remaining.
But the running gun is going to get him gunned down himself, but not a whole lot of time. It's a bunny hopping Huevos. And let's see if he can find these picks. But Huevos doesn't have the Huevos, and that's going to be Arrow winning it out for their team. A thrifty for this team here, and that is insane. The fact that they won pistol and immediately had it robbed from them one day is just reminding the enemies that maybe it's not their day. But what are your thoughts here, Soren, as I'm watching a game that I think we know which side it might go to?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great rebound because not only do they take away the rifles, they take away most of the economy. Every single person on that defense bought out. That means they're going to have full buys here. It's a full Vandal lobby with full shields going up against some classics in a singular frenzy. It's going to be just a little bit too much.
Spike down mid.
Just a little bit, but here we go. Connor just grabbing one, grabbing two. Let's see if they can grab some more. It's not going to be looking too good here.
It looks like the last two are sitting over towards A, expecting some push, possibly through tree, but they're not going to find anything, as it does look like the attackers are just going to have B all to themselves. The spike is going to go down here in just a few seconds, and now, with practically the entire site to themselves, they have all the angles
Spike
they want to
planted.
hold, and it's going to be really tall order to try to retake this with just some pistols in hand.
Here we go. Shot's now fired. You know, you say just pistols in hand. I mean, they've done it before. Poorly. And they're not doing it again. So, well, unfortunate there.
Yeah, absolutely. They were kind of caught out in mid. Both teams tried to play for it. I don't know how I feel about the Jet rushing in with just a frenzy in the tiles when they know they have the range disadvantage. I'm sure if they caught someone in tiles, I'd be telling a different story and singing a different song. But at the end of the day, that's not what happened. So they did kind of just lose Jet really early on and put them in a really bad state for the rest of the round. But we are now finally seeing a full buy across the board, and Chase wasn't able to work with the Marshall, but now has Operator in hands. Maybe he can do something, but is on the wrong side of the map. As it looks like it's an aggressive push into B, and that's going to force this Killjoy back into Boathouse, isolated.
Wow. These guys might be isolated, but they're still doing some damage here. And hopefully see the retake coming around. Shock Dart beautifully clearing nothing. Let's see if they can now find some more, as they do have some info to use here. I like the op in the hands of Chase. We saw how powerful it was in the hands of Clamorin. And that's one. And to get any more Instinct. If he swings this, it's suicide. But he's got to play tight. He's got to play time. And Shifty. Read like a book and closed on the shelf. It's now Instinct in a 1v. Never mind, as D Kim shoots him in the head. And that is going to be a round prevented by the attackers to win it. And that's exactly what they needed. I know if Chase has this op, they might be able to bring this back, Soren.
Yeah, absolutely. I said in the first half, you know, that this Operator in the hands of a Jet on defensive side is so much stronger than most, you know, situations of a Jet on the attacking side. Sure, you can take a lot of space, but being able to dash away and hold some of those more aggressive angles in mid, on B, and tree is just so valuable. So now with this Operator in hand, I can see it causing a lot of damage. But, I mean, seeing those first two rounds split ends up playing exactly what how it normally plays out. Both teams pull 2 rounds, so it's pretty level. And the only unfortunate thing here is that it's not going to be a full buy from these defenders, nor really from the attackers. Some light shields with some rifles for the attack. Meanwhile, 2 Spectres on the side of the defense, so they're going to try to play a little bit closer to their own chest and maybe get a few off angles that these attackers would not expect, and hope they can use that short range to their advantage.
Yeah, short range here. But I'm looking at the scoreboard. Let's see this. Saisama, that's one. Needs to get a few more here. They want to seal the deal for their team, but unfortunately Shifty is going to shift the tides of battle, and Clamoran double killing it through the smoke. Con Artist helps him do it again, and now this is a one tap of the timing. Con Artist here to do the damage.
Yeah, that's really not good, because that was a full buy from everyone, or at least a full buy from everyone in the lobby, which means not only did they lose the operator, but they lost a lot of economic power, and they're going to be stuck with pistols and sheriffs again. So, I mean, we've seen it before. DChem has pulled these rounds, but they are going up against a rather tall order, because now this attacking side, even if they just keep 2 rifles on board, their economy is going to be in such a good spot.
Yeah, their economy's looking pretty good. The knives are doing exactly what they need, but now defense having to win this round or it's going to be over for them. Let's see this damage. Con Artist running it in, completely blind and dead through the smoke. Con Artist looks like he's the one who got robbed, scammed, as Shifty gets a double, and oh my god, it's a triple. Can he ace it to win this round? The classic in hand, the right click ready, but unfortunately you're not going to be able to TP away. Thrifty round coming out, and who do we blame? I'm going to say Con Artist.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Shifty actually got, I think, 3 kills there, so I think every single kill in their team's name, so he did the best he could, even 2 of them being completely flashed at the time, so rather unfortunate for him, but that is, you know, pulled together by the defense, so they are going to be able to full buy. But like I said, the economy is pretty good for these attackers, so while they do have a few light shields, it's still practically a full buy across the board, and they have 4 ultimates on either team. So I would not be surprised if we saw one or not both of these teams start investing these ultimates heavily in these next 2 rounds, either to bring it back into their favor or try to seal the deal here on map 1.
Oh, and sealing the deal, it could happen this round with that trade there. Taking out a control agent, as you know, is going to give you a lot more space to work with. But talking about space to work with, Instinct is going to have to find his own space back and spawn in a few minutes here, as now it's going to be, of course, a 3v4. But they're double stacked up on a B and almost giving up A, going for full retake here. That's kind of disappointing, but it might be good enough.
Is a Killjoy set up, which could make it difficult, but being silenced means that it's not really used to its fullest extent quite yet.
Here we go. Using it to their extent. Let's see. Can Con Artist open the door and maybe get signed to a team? That's going to be a 1 in the headshot, and the spray is going to work out, taking another, but you're reloading, and unfortunately, it doesn't matter for the enemies. They don't care. Let you reload, swing it out, and get a triple. Shifty's joining you. That's what we need to be seeing here, as it is now 12-7. An amazing, amazing round here, and let's see if we can find some more picks.
Yeah, absolutely insanely good round to bring us to match point here for the attackers. And man, it was really overwhelmingly in their favor. Con Artist playing so close to the chest, really sitting in that cubby, not allowing them to have any information, and punishing them whenever they try to push up. Really meant to success for the rest of the team, while they had Shifty kind of running around in that garden area, picking up kills as well. Really well played for these attackers, and they didn't really use any ultimates, so now with the Blade Storm pop, they only have 4 others to work with, a full 5 to the roster, but Shifty is immediately going to get taken out with that Bulldog.
Yeah, taken out by the puppy dog, ready to now not bite, as unfortunately it's going to be up to Clamoran here to get those entry picks, but spotted out and took in a little bit of damage there. It unfortunately is in the now 1-tap potential range of a Phantom. Look at this, Clamoran. Bye. That's going to be a clean shot down. Looking for some more. There's Huevos. Timing it perfectly to try to get the info. Will spot out 1. Won't do any damage, and unfortunately won't live afterwards. This is what they need. This could be the end. A 2v2.
Spike planted.
Both the attackers are weak, though, and we've seen how that can change around. low on utility as well.
Last player.
Low on util, but high on life. Look at that. Con Artist double killing it up. LF team.
That is done.
Look at that, man. I mean, honestly, amazing top frag potential. 26-12. I said that I would him, and he proved me wrong as he just absolutely carried that game. And I think is going to be doing pretty well because I believe this is a best of 3. So if you are on the team of Endus Val, you're going to have to end that kind of gameplay soon or you're absolutely out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Entertainment District taking the win there. Con Artist kind of pulling their team along, really came alive in that second half on the attacking side. I mean, as well as Clamran, sure, wasn't able to do quite as much without the operator in hand. You know, they were dominant on the map during their defensive side, but was able to do just enough. Shifty also putting in a performance and those last couple rounds, putting the team on their back on some of them. I mean, really well played for them. One day, though, still was showing a lot of fight. It was very close until that right around the last few rounds of the first half. If they could just keep that momentum up, they can make the adjustments they need to. I could easily see them still pulling at least one map away here, but we need to see them drastically improve if we want to see them reverse sweep this and take us to 1.
Yeah, and talking about the reverse sweep, it's going to have to start here on Fracture, as we are seeing that as the next map. Fracture being one of those that is very, I would say, aggressive as a map. Not saying that it's attack sided, no, more so that if you are on defense or attack, you're going to be up close and personal, or you're going to be taking those very slow rounds, picking up those orbs, but ultimates are king here. However, we're going to see what these guys bring to the table on Fracture in just a moment, so we will be right back as we get into that game into Agent Select. So stick around, everybody. Let's see if Con Artist is going to be able to scam his way through this game as well, and we will see you guys in just a bit. And here we are, everyone. Now Agent Select. We're on Fracture, of course, and we're watching these guys load themselves in and find themselves the favorite character to pick. Sky being insta-locked by Shifty. You know, Sky, I think, is one of the secondary initiators here on this map. Breach being one of the mains. I mean, we're going to see the default here, but double initiator as the strategy, leaving... Wait. What are they leaving no room for? They're leaving no room for a... No, they still have a Sentinel. This is kind of a weird team. Double Initiator, yeah. And double Duelist on the other side, too.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. Very interesting. I mean, just kind of commenting on what you said in the, post game of map 1. This is a very aggressive map. The attackers obviously have 4, angles to choose from for entry into a site, and typically what you see is these defenders actually having to push out aggressively, unlike on other maps. So this map does instinctually just have a different playstyle to most others, and we do see a little bit of variation typically. The Raze is usually picked up here, sometimes the Neon if you have a duelist that's very proficient with that character. But I mean, double Duelist is not particularly well played here. It's not very normal, but that open aggression could still be very useful, though I do agree that double initiator, that Breach and Sky combination is so strong. So many flashes as well means that you can get a lot of value out of them, and giving up that flash for the space taking potential of Jets I think is fine, but it's very risky in my opinion.
Yeah, it's pretty risky. But honestly, though, double Duelist, as I pointed out, it is going to be one of those maps that is aggressive sided. So it doesn't matter what your team comp is. If you're going to get one tap, nice Duelist, they're gone. Arrow here doing the damage. But look at that. They ran right underneath the turret before it even shot them up. But shooting them up, it's Arrow on a 4K. Now 1 away from an ace pistol round. Arrow at the height that you can be. Let's see if they're going to be able to clutch it up. But oh my God, Clamran saving it. No ace. Looks like they disappointed some players there, but still, that is going to be a very good round here from the KJ.
Yeah, absolutely. A really good start. And that's also very scary because they were off on their own. They took that 1v2 angle. They were able to find the immediate 2. Then they were able to pick up the 2 that kind of swept behind them. You know, they're sure the teammate fell, but they were still able to clean it up. So incredibly well played for them. This isn't even their half. You know, Killjoy on this attacking side can get a lot of value if you're on that lurk, you're on that flank. You can find people running mid-rotate, but it's very rare that you get that many kills. So seeing them start off with that many, creating that instant impact is very scary for this defense here. Is if they cannot keep her under control and she continues to cause impact here on the attack side, once she switches over to the defensive side, that could be a menace in the making.
Yeah, let's see if the menace in the making is going to make the mayhem, as they are going to be stacking it up over on the A side. But it's B where you gotta be, as they are running it down here, and that is gonna be Shifty here for the damage, taking out Vix. But I'm looking at how these guys are now gonna have to clutch this up. Defense just getting taken down one tick at a time, and Tai Sama here to now try to hold it down, is gonna swing it to 4 players. This is a big arcade push, but are they gonna treat it like a little bit of a mini game, as Clamorin is clamoring for 1 pick, maybe some more, frenzy in hand, and unfortunately DKim is gonna get him gunned down. This is now 3v3. Shifty makes it nothing of an issue, and attackers are gonna take another round.
Yeah, and notably here, sure, they didn't keep any real rifles in terms of bulldogs, but they did buy out a Vandal and kept it. And they're going to buy another Vandal and give it into the hands of Instinct. So while they're still on a lower buy, the defense also didn't get a lot of kills, didn't make a lot of impact. So a lot of them are rocking these light shields. And there's going to be a Phantom and a Vandal on the attacking side. If they can be caught out, this is a very easily winnable round for this attacking side of Entertainment District. So the defense here needs to get some kills. We need to get some kills early here without taking too much damage.
There we go, doing too much damage though. It's going to be Vix taking out Con Artist, and now in a 2v4. Can the attackers make it work? They split up searching for clues. You got 1 on the drop and 1 holding the spawn angle, but they're getting pushed. You got a Brimstone, you got a Raze. Right up close looking for that 1 pick. Might be able to get them taken down. Instinct now here for the damage. And now has to in a 1v4, but shot through the corner of a wall. It's going to be a defender win here. This time, not like we saw before where they took way too much damage and lost a lot of guns. They still kept 3 alive.
Yeah, no, so that's going to be rather nice, and notably not for the attack. While that was a very heavy investment, it does look like they're going to be able to keep themselves above water pretty well. It is going to be full buys across the board, except for Instinct, who's going to be going with a light shield and a Judge. But, I mean, Brimstone with a Judge on Fracture. I feel like we've all seen this story, and I've heard it far too many times before of getting so much value. And this defense actually has a bulldog for their name as well, so they're not fully bought out either. And it looks like this defense is immediately going to try to play for the aggressive push, and they are going to catch Arrow out as they try to take the ropes.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and see if they are going to be able to get these picks and maybe fly through it. But it's defense on the flank here, coming through their side as though they're the attackers. It's like a whole role reversal here for a moment. But with the role reversal, it's going to be a retake of the century, and they are going to take their time. Nade now tossing it. It's Vix trying to force him out, but lots of util to force these players out of the corner, but it's the post plant. It's stuck to half and still surviving. That's a huge win here for the side of defense. Con Artist, though, is able to grab 1 and another. You're not sticking it. You're getting stuck down, though. Chase with the double kill, looking for more. Instinct is now trying to hold it down. Shotgun in hand, jumping, flying, and making it worth their effort. That is what we need to be seeing here from Endis Val.
Again.
Yeah, absolutely. They keep them off of the spike. It was very close at times because being able to pick up that half midway through the Brim ultimate was massive for them. But unfortunately, with the Brimstone playing so close and Con Artist coming alive there, keeping them in that round, they do just enough in the combined effort to keep them to finish off the spike, and that does bring the round count 3-1. And notably, Their economy's in a really good spot. Vix on the Raze is the only one with a rifle in hand with this Vandal, and they're hoping they can get some value out of it. But I think they might have already been spotted.
Give me those.
Ooh, clean dives out. That's gonna take him down. Chase, pretty happy about that. Now ready for some more. Let's see what else they can do. Wow, defense, honestly, on a roll right now. And they're not even doing it with the best guns. They're just taking their time and taking these players out. But the bomb is going to get planted, and that's where the issue lies. Because if you don't have control over a site, a 4v2 can easily be clutched up, especially since they have the weapon advantage here.
Absolutely.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, good spray. Now 1v3. Here we go, Instinct. Plugging it close. That's one, but holds down the trigger to hopefully get the picks, but it's not going to work out. And defense is now taking this game. You know, I just noticed something. The early game here for these two teams, they both play pretty evenly. It's just once they get to having economy as the issue, we know which team has been crushing it.
So many questions.
Yeah, absolutely. That has been the case, though. I will also admit, Chase now has the operator. This is another really strong operator map, and I mean, part of the reason that Entertainment District was able to put so many rounds together and get the economy built up was because they were able to put the operator into the hands of Clamoran in map 1. So the fact that they're not going to be able to do that, they're going into this round on a pistol, means that in theory this could be a flawless, and if they're able to start putting some of these rounds together, I could easily see this being a little bit of a reverse from map 1, where we see one day take the advantage, but they're going to have to find value early here because these sheriffs, if they're allowed to hold angles on site, they're going to punish them for it. And Taisama finding that opening kill is going to be really nice, and it's going to put these attackers back onto their heels and push them away from B.
There we go. Clean shot, taking out one. And they're taking out another. Absolutely crucial with it. Stunning it now. Looking for more. DKim very happy about the position they're in. But it's going to be another round. This time, flawless here. Something we don't get to see very often.
Yeah, flawless round for them. Not only a flawless, but almost damageless as well. I think only one of them really took any notable damage. So they're going to save a lot on the economy for not having to buy weapons. They're also not going to have to buy a lot of shields. So where for now looking at the economy, it is looking pretty stacked. Taisama sitting at almost 6,000, really only having to buy utility. And these attackers, they're going to be able to get a partial full buy, some light shields on some of their members. But, I mean, if they don't win this round, we could easily start seeing that momentum easily flip perfectly into the hands of these defenders, and it's already 3-3. So if they take the range now, they could easily have a really strong first half, and it comes down to their attack. The Clamoran, oh my.
Oh my, let's see it. Nade down, tossing it. Let's find the damage. Can they actually hit these shots? But look at that, running it down. Con Artist here for damage, here for maybe a clutch up, but
Spike planted.
looking at 2v4. Chase here. He's not going to want to go for the op. That's 5 ultimates on the board that they have to walk against. So good luck. Save for next one. And I like how they're saving even though they have enough money. And it's mostly just because they are so scared of those 5 ultis.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think there might be some merit in trying to push through and maybe pull some of those ultimates out when they know they're not expecting to win this round. But yeah, I think this is probably their best move, though I do worry about Chase playing this very aggressively with the operator because there's still a few seconds left on the clock, and they have made their presence very well known.
Well known, and now Ready to hopefully do some damage. Let's see what they can do.
I hate to say it, but
I like what we're
probably
seeing
best
here,
to
though.
play as a
4
team.
ultimates on the
So,
board
what's
versus
the plan?
5. And as you know, when you pop an ultimate on Fracture, there's always going to be an ultimate to counter it. If you pop a KJ ultimate, yeah, there's a Brimstone Orbital Strike. When you pop a Brimstone ult, then you allow the KJ to happen. So it's very much reactionary compared to just being able to use them as you'd like. So that's why we've seen them kind of just brewing on these ults for quite some time and relying mainly on their gunplay.
Yeah, absolutely. But that does seem to have led this to be quite a tied
I've
map
got
right
your
now. With
trail.
neither team really taking any notable
your
advantage
feet.
besides maybe one round of economic advantage. Oh my.
Oh my, you say, but this is now gonna, you see, once you start hearing 1 or 2 ults, you're gonna start seeing a lot more. How did that miss? Oh, that's a robbery and a half, but they are eventually gonna go down, and it looks like the defensive result is gonna pop off. But look at that attack side. In 1 round, we saw what? No, that was, oh my god, that was 7
almost every
ultimates. 7 ultimates in 1 round.
Team Ace.
Okay.
Yeah. Massive investment from both teams, and notably 3 players of the attack left standing. I mean, I think that could be very own though. The 4th satchel is just going to be wasted fun. But I do think notably that if that attack side raise had gone off, I think it could have been even worse. They could have gotten Zwivos down in B main, and I think at that point we could have very easily seen what could have been a flawless, but luckily able to do a little bit of dodge and weaving and was able to miss it, and they were able to do some damage. But now this attack side, they still have 1 ultimate to go.
Spike down.
That's a lot of
attacker
damage.
spawn.
Oh my god. Crazy stuff here.
1 enemy remaining.
Ooh, oh my god. Wait a second. They,
Spike
one
down.
day, one day can take this game here. Spike is left in spawn. Well, technically the other side of it, but wow.
Well, we'll just throw a satchel. We won't really find anything. But, I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. That was an incredibly good response for them. They basically turned that whole northern side of the map into a meat grinder, exactly what we typically see on, like, Ascents in B main, where if you leave,
get a drop?
you know, or try to get like a 5-man push into B main and you leave your flank open, sometimes you can get where the defenders are on either side and the attackers really can't do anything. It's the same concept there. They all sat on that northern side, actually closer towards A site, so they couldn't make their way over to the ropes, and because of that, they were punished. And that was a massive boon for them. Huge economical advantage as they bring it back just about level across the board. 4 or 5 is the round count now. They even guessed this push right here.
Wow, and there we go. That's one. That's another trade, though. And this is now Zwevos dodging a dog and ready to get the dog in him as he fills the enemies with bullets. Now, Taisama ready to get these picks.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to pop the Killjoy lockdown. That's a really good investment for them. They've been sitting on it for a hot minute, and it is going to push these attackers back. But it looks like they're still going to try to go for an A hit. They're just waiting patiently. They're not aware of the jet waiting for them.
Blocking sight.
And there we go. Con Artist here doing the damage. Ready for more. Let's see it.
Killjoy's
now,
already,
honestly,
already pushed up in the tower.
yeah, that's a pretty solid position. But look at Arrow. With the rest of their team, they just have this type of phrase. So it doesn't really matter. The retake coming out of the most common location on Fracture. It's the
Spike
spawn
planted.
location. And now, D Kim, swinging it from Canteen, is going to have to take a sip of victory if they want to try to clutch us up. Breaking the
You
bot
should run.
stuff, that's pretty smart. But Attack, they need this round. They need to guarantee this half. So that's when they pop the ultimate, when there's not a Brimstone ult to break it. And this is perfect. This is exactly how you want to play your util, play out time. But still just enough to defuse this bomb.
Molly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe a little bit early.
Ooh.
Last player standing.
Oh my god,
One
they actually
enemy
can win this.
remaining.
Just one left. Never mind. Con Artist is still alive.
Ooh, very well played. They planted it for that wrong position, and
Come
Connor
on,
is
get me in the
able
line of
to
fire.
close it out. I mean, really good use of the Killjoy ultimate there. I do believe that maybe it was a little bit quick on the draw. They probably could have waited a little bit later. They had no information saying that, you know, that the defenders are pushing on the site already. They had a crossfire winning arcade one on long to get that information, so I think they easily could have sat on it for just a few seconds longer and have made that a little bit more of a desperate push to get onto that spike. But at the end of the day, they win the round, and even though it's scrappy with only one left, they still get the round count.
And still do.
Spike down. Attacker
Impressive,
spawn.
honestly, for these guys to just keep this kind of momentum going. But look at that. Clamoran now taking yet another pick down. Ready to try it. Ready to keep it going. Might be able to. Honestly, they definitely have what it takes to maybe win this up, but looking to see what these guys can do here.
Last player standing.
Very, very unfortunate.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
It's closed out here by the attackers. They're able to bring it 7-4.
Last round in the half.
And that means they're going to go positive no matter what in this first half, and really well played. I mean, they had the Killjoy sitting on site with the operator. They were able to draw them out. They knew they were spotted, but I think it was Clamoran just satcheling in with the shorties, able to dispatch them, and made that a very, very difficult site to retake. So really well played from the attack. They now have the advantage going into this last round of the half as there's a Stinger, a Spectre, Guardian, Bulldog, only one real Vandal, and it's being proven to be effective as Vix tries to take an aggressive peek, and it's going to get punished for it.
Yeah, they are going to get punished here. And there we go. More damage for these guys to keep it going. And that's a good ulti here, keeping it alive.
It's going to go down to that Brimstone ult on site, though, but they are going to make the way over and get the plant off.
Blocking sight.
Let's see this. Knives are on the hands of Chase. Obviously, only a Guardian this time, which isn't exactly the weapon that you want to bring to the table, but it's the weapon they got. So hopefully we can see what they can do with it, but it's not an ideal position for them.
Absolutely not. That kill is going to make it almost impossible. And Arrow's going to clean it up. 8-4. And I hate to be the one to say it, but it's deja vu almost to a T. I think the only difference is that one day we're able to interrupt the 5-round win streak here, but it finishes in the same round count, almost in the exact same timeline of rounds as well. So it doesn't spell the best news for them, but this map is a little bit attacker-sided. So, I mean, there still could be a lot of impact they can cause here, but they need to start off somewhere, and the pistol round is the best to do it. It doesn't look like they have anything crazy in the back pockets. No sheriffs across the board. The only thing that looks a little bit weird is that you know, we have some light shields in the hands of Zuevos and an Arrow. Besides that, it looks like we're just going to have another run-down round, but both these teams have really not been playing around ults anyway, so this is exactly what we've been seeing, but only with pistols rather than rifles now.
Yeah. Let's see. What can they do now? Pistols instead of rifles, but obviously it's a pistol round. Let's see if they're going to be able to get this damage going.
Smoke's down.
It is a heavy push onto A site here, and it looks like they're going to get spiked down pretty early.
Nice shots from Shifty. Defense already off to a good start, taking out the Raze. Raze is one of the best agents for post-plant in pistol because the nade is almost a guarantee. But Chase here for it. Unfortunately, not here enough. That's why the nades on the defense, flying around, grabbing one. Tai Sama taking their time, trying to get the bomb plant, but getting rushed. 1, 2. There's the picks, but does not have the lineup. Their teammates are not pinging the right part, and that is going to be the end of that round. A clean round from defense, though.
Yeah, absolutely. The only kills they really, you know, let through their grasp were the ones where they just kind of pushed up aggressively. They easily could have sat there and just suppressed Tai Sama off that angle and kept them from, you know, getting that post-plant lineup. But at the end of the day, they give over a few kills, but it's not the end of the world. They get the round. That's going to be a nice boost to the economy, but we're seeing a force buy from both teams here as we have a Guardian and a Bulldog on either side. So both teams are trying to secure this round here. And it looks like A is the destination of choices both teams have set up.
Yeah, both teams pretty well set up here. Might be able to just finish this off if they got lucky enough.
Spike down A.
I'm not sure if that is going to happen. What a pick from Taisama.
One enemy.
Another one in the 180, almost connecting. Oh my, that was such a good attempt there. But
Everyone's tech still working?
Taisama,
Double check,
unfortunately,
please.
being the best on their team, doesn't say a whole lot as they are the 14th in the seed here.
Absolutely. And that is the Guardian going over to the defensive side of Entertainment District now. And again, it's really scrappy. Only one player is left in the lobby after that full force from everyone in the game. So we're going to see another force just about. I think the only one who's really not fully buying out is Arrow. Has about 26k or
Launching smoke.
2600 left in the bank. Both teams yet again tried to pull something, but Clam ran with that judge. This is going to immediately punish him.
So if we can keep that punishment going, though.
Satchel out.
Ooh, good damage. Good damage. Good trades. Good picks from the
Spike
flank. But now,
down, attacker
Taisama, welcome back to another 1v3. That's one. Can you get the other two? This is now a repeat. Not a whole lot of time do you get an opportunity to back-to-back with the same gun against almost the same characters in a very similar position. Except this time, it's about the Sky on the flank here, who just barely misses the behind. But I don't think Taisama has any clue that there is a Sky behind him. And I think that is going to be the death of him.
Yeah, that is going to spell the end, and it might just spell the end of the series as well, because again, that was yet another force buy. Both teams are really not giving themselves the opportunity to build up their economy, and it looks like we're gonna see it again, because now 11-4 down. They need something to go their way in order to bring this game back, and it looks like they're gonna buy out fully to get 4 rifles, including a Bulldog and a Spectre, to try to flip this round into their favor. But it's going to be a tall ask, because not only do you have to win this round, but the rounds after.
Yeah, definitely not the kind of position that you want to be in, but it's the position that they are in. So hopefully it does pay off in dividends here.
It does look like an aggressive B push now, and I don't think they noticed Chase. And now this is looking very dangerous. 4-4 as either team can win this
Spike
out.
planted.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those rounds that is so close you could feel it. But here we go. Shots now down, and there is the ultimates flying. The Rolling Thunder rolling out, and that's going to be DKIM down, popping an ultimate. It's Clamoran, but Clamoran to not even get a pick. And there it is. Attackers with Vix. Triple kill and taking this round beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. They needed to do that, and they did it quite convincingly as well. They were able to keep most of the rifles. Sure, there's not going to be a lot of economy to rebuild and bring rifles into this round, but like I said, both teams have been forcing so much that now finally we're seeing an eco round come out from these defenders. So we're going to see sheriffs across the board practically, and we're going to see a full buy come out from these attackers. So finally in this second half, we see some normalcy. And it's coming from the attackers. One day, like I said before, they need to start compounding these rounds.
They definitely do. This is not looking too clean. But what is this? Taisama had him lined up, but unfortunately, the only one sitting down is him. Arrow with a sheriff takes out the player. And now, bomb now down, though. This is an opening for defense. However, they need to now get the gun that they had from the KJ they took down and somehow manage to bring this game back. Maybe clutch this up, but again, no guarantees here.
4-man through towers, an interesting decision, at the least.
Nice try. Easy. Trevor.
These two immediately in favor, and they're going to have so much utility to keep them off this fight.
Gotta invest sometimes, but what a shot Instinct is here for. It almost sticks it. Is Arrow. Oh my, that was a close round. And it actually led to the death of D Kim, which is going to impact their economy.
Yeah, no, they are going to be able to full buy, luckily, but that is going to be a drastic hit as now Vix is buying out practically down to nothing. But because that was a good thrifty round with only one attacker left standing, defense only bought out, Sheriff. So this is a really good position for them to be in. Short's not a full buy as Shifty is rocking the light shields, but they're in a position to immediately flip this back into their favor, bring this to map and series point if they win this out. And they almost get that really early pick up on the box over in B main, but they only do a little bit of damage instead.
You should run.
Multiple ultimates being invested. There's a lot to be held on this defensive side as well.
Engineer killed.
Lots of holds. Are they going to do it? They broke the lockdown and they're locking down the site here. Now 5v3. Nade now find the damage. Are they going to be able to? That is no guarantee. Hopefully we can see what they can do, as this is getting extra spicy, extra close, and might just be a round that you do not want to miss here, as that is the match point advantage given over to Clamran and the team here for entertainment. Now, I'm hoping that they can keep this going. I really think if they could just win it off right here, this best of 3 is going to be a 1-2.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a really strong game for them. They've given away a lot less, even though the score seems to be quite even as the map 1. They haven't really given One Day a lot of room to breathe. It's been mostly just down to some small misplays that have given over these 6 rounds. So they're in a really good position to just close this out, especially as Vix, again, had to buy down to practically 0. They're rocking a frenzy.
Spike down A.
They're rocking what they got, and they might just be able to get this round and maybe the game. Let's see if it is possible, though.
Defenders
there we
win.
go. Secure the win. Entertainment District take it 13-6, 2-0 for the series.
2-0. That's what we want to be seeing at the start of the playoff there. I mean, wow, crazy game there coming out. Obviously, they played well. They just didn't play good enough to beat this team. Obviously, One Day might have to wait another day to take this game, but hey, sometimes things happen. But I gotta say, signed con artist. Man's definitely playing back well, like I like to see him. I mean, definitely nice to see these guys bouncing back. And I've casted con artists a few times, so watching him in the tier 2 bracket scene being able to pop off, quite nice. But Soren, as we are here, we got a few more games of the day before we move on. So let's hopefully get this next game going soon. We will see you guys in just a little bit. Of course, Soren, thank you so much for being my co-caster. Thank you again for Hydra for making us be able to see the game. And again, thank you guys for watching. It always means the world to us if you give us feedback. But let's see if we're going to see the next gameplay be just as heated as this one. Stick around, everyone. And welcome back, everybody, to IG League's Open Division right now. This is the second one and the second round of it. Of course, I am Edu, joined by the wonderful Soren. Soren, how are you doing today?
Doing pretty good. We are getting into the second round here, and we have a pretty good matchup. Valor United versus Think Again. And very specifically, we have a little bit of a change-up. We have 2 maps that don't usually get a lot of play time, at least in this competition. We have Lotus and Pearl to start out, and then because of course we have to, it's IGL, the decider if we get to map 3 will be Ascent. But starting out on Lotus, it's still a kind of a common pick, but definitely not as picked as, say the Havens, the Ascents, Fractures. So there's still a lot of room to see a lot of new, interesting ideas come out here. But I mean, it's an interesting map nonetheless. So I'm expecting a lot of good plays.
Yeah, and talking about Pearl actually is a map that recently got updated to be quite defensive sided over on the B side. Usually, you rush B, and it was very easy to take. They have completely decimated that map. So I can't really wait to see what these guys do to pick up where Riot shattered it and pick up the pieces for them. But of course, let's get into the first map here of Lotus and take a peek at the agents that they're going to be locking in, because Agent Select, it's the start of each game. It's where you really get to pick what suits you the best. And honestly, I think what suits me the best is watching some S tier gameplay here. So I can't really wait. Now, I got to ask you, Lotus, it hasn't been changed that much. What kind of team compositions are you looking forward to here, Soren?
I mean, there's a lot of interesting picks because Lotus is nowhere near the state of, like I said, a Haven or Ascent, where sometimes they can feel like very solved maps. So we can still see a lot of variation in the team compositions. Some things I am expecting to be pretty standard across the board. I'm still expecting the Omen. I'm still expecting Killjoy because they are kind of the top tier agents for those roles. So I'm not expecting to see anything crazy, though there could be a little bit of a shakeup technically with Omen, because one thing that has become very popular on maps like Haven and on Lotus, these 3-site maps, is the double controller. So I would not be surprised if we saw something possibly instead of an Omen going for like a Viper Harbor or a Harbor or an Astra. Typically Harbor we don't see a lot of in the meta, but with the double controller setup, he makes for a really good supplementary controller. Not very good on his own, but paired him with someone else and can do a fantastic job. So I would not be surprised, and I would actually be excited to see that come out. But I also would not be surprised if we just saw the very standard double initiator. I mean, the Sova, the KO, still probably one of the strongest combinations of agents in the game, but this map also can get a lot of value out of Fade, as well as Sky as well typically gets picked here. So there's a lot of agents that could be picked. It's just a matter of how these teams want to play. Because, I mean, they could play really aggressive. They could still pick a Gecko. This is like one of the 2 maps where Gecko is still viable as well. So
I've actually seen Gecko get brought up on Bind a lot recently. Apparently, he's kind of shifted the meta there because he has the ability to just give away a lot of info and also just take a lot. For example, the teleporters plus Wingman and his util combo, very powerful. So, I can't really wait to see. But I gotta ask you, Lotus, what control agent is meta for this? I've seen a lot of Vipers, seen a lot of double controllers with Astra. I've seen a ton of Omen, to be honest with you. So, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, there's still, if you're running the single controller, it's very much if you're like an Omen and a Astra meta. Like those two on their own are probably the best solo controllers, except in very niche cases on submap where Brimstone is the go-to, such as Bind. Though even there, sometimes Harbor gets picked because his walls are kind of crazy on that map. But if we are looking at possibly seeing a double controller, I think, like you said, Viper and probably Harbor, that combination, Viper for how effective the walls can be at basically holding off a defense, not wanting to peek through either the smoke or the wall, and taking that damage as you're entering the site. And then you also have Harbor, who could play on another site and completely stall out a push and allow the team to rotate over. I think those are that is the golden pairing of the double controller composition. But if we are seeing expecting a single controller, it's going to be an Astra, it's going to be an Omen.
Yeah, hopefully it is going to be the best agents for the job, as we are now jumping straight into Agent Select here. And you point out the Sky, you point out the Viper, and you point out the Omen. And I'm seeing those all get locked in here. So pretty exciting day for this. Oh, wait, maybe even a double controller with Omen and Viper. It is. Okay. Wow.
Okay, so that's very interesting. Omen, again, usually seen as a solo controller, but I mean, Viper is also kind of one of those agents that can be very supplemental as well because they're not able to move the walls. Just works really well with Harbor most of the time. But I mean, Viper, Omen before Harbor was, an agent in the game, that was one of the top pairings for the double controller composition. So I'm not surprised. Actually, both teams are going to run it. So the double controller is on across the map. 4 in the lobby makes it so that pushing onto any site is going to be very difficult, regardless of whether you're retaking it or just taking it outright. The Killjoy across both teams, Also very standard. We're seeing the skies come out. I think that's actually a really good pickup. While Breach can be very useful, KO can be really useful. I think skies really cemented a place in this map. Just kind of have a really constant threat, especially being able to get into some of the very tight areas towards attacker spawn to hold back any pushes and give away that information. So I think both teams picked really good compositions. They are going to be mirrored, so it's going to be a close game in my opinion, and I think both of these teams are ready to show us what they got.
And let's hope that it is only the best kind of gameplay as we follow our wonderful observer and producer and owner of IGL, Hydra. Let's hope that he doesn't mess up, because if he does, I'm going to yell at him. But let's get right into this, as it looks to be a default round for Pistol and maybe a slow C push so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it's a default coming across from this attacking side, but it looks like they're not going to put any presence over towards C. They did put the Viper wall just to pull some form of presence, but they're not going to really find anything. It is going to be a 4-man push into A with the Killjoy on the lurk.
Let's see this now. Beast waiting for them to do the trigger discipline, and Omen seemingly lost, doesn't even bother turning around before getting gunned down by the person in front of him. Now it's Sorrow, who flew onto site, but unfortunately didn't have a ticket to get out of here. So let's see if they're going to be able to make one. They aren't. It's a flawless 0 damage taken. Wait, no, 1 damage taken by a raise, and that's it.
I mean, yeah, that was really well played. I believe it was the Viper on the defensive side. I believe Bonfire really putting up a really good showing there. Kind of sat back in the corner. They waited for everyone to push through that Viper smoke as well, so everyone came to a weak. And with the Frenzy, was just able to do some massive damage. And even though they were able, or they fell early into the push, the rest of their team was able to capitalize on the damage that they did. So really good stuff from this defense. And we're actually seeing a little bit of a change of setup. Killjoy is dividing her utility on B and C. They're basically just using B as some form of contact, as they don't have a single member on site here. But just seeing that KJ setup can sometimes do enough to push these attackers off. And it's at least going to cause them to stall here, as the 2 agents on A are going to push up and take a little bit more of an aggressive angle, choking out this attack side.
Let's see if that chokehold is going to work for them, as this is just one more round closer and closer. Here we go, Beast. Playing time. I like the wall that we were seeing here from the defense. Covers out C, covers quite a bit, or B and A, sorry. But talking about C, looks like they are going to be having a big push up here. Geofu holding close. This is the buy round here for the defense, so it's going to be very tough here unless they can get these picks, and Sorrow's going to open it up with the first one, but it's a spray down of a sentry, and the Omens are now battling it out. But look behind you, it's a Viper, and now it opens the door for a 2v3 clutch up with a now Spectre in hand, and of course a beautiful flank by a Killjoy known as Naughty to maybe get a Naughty flank going on.
Absolutely, but they should be feeling the pressure here. They need to get the spike down or find a way to go towards speed. They are expecting this pincer maneuver from this defense.
10 seconds left.
That pincer could be there, but the bomb is going to get planted. How did Blinker stay alive? That's insane. Okay. And not only staying alive, they are thriving. But no, shot down, no scoped by the Marshal, and no one can hold their own against that. And that is going to be yet another round. Surprising that KJ went for the Sheriff play instead of, the Spectre in their hand. But mistakes can be made, but they're not being made by defense yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Very clinical for them. That is another round where they had 3 left standing. They had 5 after the pistol, so now their economy is in a really good spot. Though they're not going to risk it, notably. Look, now it looks like just Bonfire is going, or excuse me, not Bonfire. That is going to be Beast. That is just going to be the only man with a rifle. And they're still going to be able to buy out for the next round. So the economy looking very good for Think Again. Meanwhile, this attack side is practically at a full buy, 2 light shields, and it looks like both these teams might run headlong first.
Grenade!
Might run headlong, but the nade, it's going to connect and do some damage and hopefully scare these players off. But Rogue Pringle, with that new nade space, is going to get very aggressive behind the corner here. And if they do get into that one way, it will be doom for these players. So this is a good position to be on defense, even though they're at that weapon disadvantage, because of course the buy round here and the bonus coming out from this side.
I actually really like this defensive setup. They put a lot of pressure over towards a push up and keep them from taking that really long angle. You know that they're going to be at a disadvantage in terms of range. So they get rid of the option for them to take that angle. Really good stuff on A. Meanwhile, they had the Viper over on B to take that little bit longer angle. But unfortunately, they did rotate off, and it looks like B might be the site to hit. So they're going to have to deal with it with Spectres in hand.
Ooh, good trade though. Sorrow making sure that your death is not wasted. Beast here, one of the players with an actual gun. It's a Phantom. It is making picks, but Stalker is going to get the trades. MW, they're going to grab the Phantom. They're going to keep moving forward, but up close and personal, it's an Omen, and Blinker's not going to blink and miss it. He's going to hit his shots, and now it's a 2v2. He teleported right behind him and diffed him. Oh, God, Blinker.
The Omen differential is high. Very good stuff coming up from Blinker. Puts them top of the lobby in kills, 4-2-1 as they do secure the round. But notably, 3 of their members did fall. So that's not going to be the best of news. They're still going to be able to buy out next round. But now just 2 of them with rifles going up against a full buy of Think Again. And it's going to look a little bit sketchy here. These defenders have looked rather strong. I think if maybe just one more kill with that Phantom could have been found, I think this could have been easily a round that flipped onto its head, but it just didn't quite happen. We're still seeing this massive aggressive push over towards A. Notably, though, this defense keeps swapping what agents are found where. Now the Viper and the Sky are over on A when they were more hovering around B at the beginning. Last round, we saw the Raze throw that Raze grenade into A. So seeing all these agents constantly swap around the defense keeps the attackers on their toes, keeps them constantly second guessing and not knowing where they're going to have to hit because they know Killjoys are one of these things. They can just never guarantee which one.
Yeah, obviously, KJ setup C is not something you want to push into, but if you can break it and actually succeed in taking C site, it is the hardest retake for defense. So hopefully we can see if they are going to build up the courage to do that, because it's a lot of risk versus reward on the map of Lotus here. But let's see if any of these players are blossoming into a one-tap potential here, as Gamer is going to be holding this smoke tight, and it is an A push here.
Yeah, they're expecting this Omen to, get their way into the smoke. Not quite the case yet. We are going to see the Seekers get popped, and multiple attackers are noted. Gamer has to push back, though, because they do take a lot of damage. Geo fights 3 there, and completely shuts down the attack.
Shutting it down, but that's going to be Gamer with the trade, and these attackers get absolutely blendered. Wow, they're making a diff smoothie right now, and they're drinking the victory juice because these guys are now up by 2 rounds here, and that was the buy, and we're already going to be seeing a timeout because of this fumble.
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting. I think it's a little bit premature. I mean, it is 3-1, which is not a great start, but it's definitely not the end of the world. 2 of those rounds were the pistol and the anti-eco, and while that round was quite convincing for the defense, I don't think it was that tragic. They just kind of got caught out. While I do think it's probably a good thing for them to get a little bit of a mental reset, I think using it this early into the map is setting a pretty bad precedent, as they no longer have the option to use it later. So if this doesn't fix the issue and it just continues to keep going downhill, they're not going to be able to get that mental reset that they'll need later on. So I think it's a high risk, high reward. They either turn it around and have a really strong, middle to second half of this half, or if they can't turn it around, they're just going to struggle to get through this half, and they're going to have to do their best to bring it back in the later stages of this map.
Let's see if they are going to be able to bring anything back here. but hopefully we can see this damage. MWG. This is a player that hasn't been doing too much frag-wise, but space created has been perfect. But I'm looking at, so far, 3 players have only died 1 time. 1 time, and that tells me everything you need to know about this game. Naughty and Bonfire unfortunately being burned down right now with 0 kills, 3 deaths, and 4 deaths. I need to see a big turnaround right here, considering this is a buy round for Attack. This is right after a timeout. If they don't win this, we know this is going to be a very tough game for them.
Yeah, no, they absolutely need to change it up, and we are seeing them revert a little bit. They're back to this default setup that they were doing very early, where first and second rounds, but they did not win the first and second round. While they do have rifles now, it's still a little bit scary. These defenders have been playing very aggressive, have been taking a lot of presence over towards sites, but they've been doing it in a really smart manner. They use that, for instance, Skydog to clear out C main, and now the Viper is pushing up aggressively. So these defenders know what they're doing to catch them off guard. Naughty is gonna find that kill. Gets caught in an awkward situation there.
And talk about awkward, it's going to be Beast versus Beast as the Vipers are going to fight, and one is going to drop. No Fang sunk into that player. But let's see what we can do now, as of course A-Site is pretty much free here. They've demolished a lot of the util using just that nade. Sorrow, though, is not going to feel sad about taking out MWG. Now here's Gamer up close and personal, looking around the corner, and the timing, Bonfire looks away, and now with 5 seconds remaining, they will just barely get this bomb down in a 1v3. Gamer spams and does not have a plan. That's Attackers now taking the round, exactly what they needed to do, and they did it with 3 players still standing.
One step past this
Yeah,
place.
that is a very good response, and that will be a nice little bit of economy boost for them, as they were able to keep 3 of the rifles like you had mentioned. But this defense still is able to get a full buy, though it is basically scraping pennies up to get those final full shields. So it's not the perfect situation for them, but they still have at least 1 round to swing this back into their favor. Meanwhile, these Attackers, while they did win last round, the economy's not great. 2 of them are still low, so they need to win this. They need to compound off of the changes that they made in the last round after that timeout, because if they can't, it's going to be very tricky, but they're in the best position to do so. Though 4-man push into C main is exactly what we saw them do when they were falling behind. So they're going to have to make some alterations here, especially as they're running into on C and 2-man hold.
Oh my god, he jumped over it! And he got the pick! Rogue Pringle! Oh my god, that was the cleanest clutch in a 1v1. A complete raise diff. That's what we need to be seeing here. Honestly, I'm kind of concerned now. If you were this raise, if you were Sorrow, you'd be crying. But let's talk about what's happening next. It's 2v4, and we got Geofu about to get flanked. Nice knife out. Good reaction time, but can Naughty actually find the pick? No, Naughty's going to get picked. Leveling the playing field now down to 2v3.
Yeah, no, and it does look like the defenders are just going to save these rifles. Like I said, they were scraping together at the bottom of the penny jar to try to get anything into this round. So saving those rifles is going to be the most important thing at the moment. Meanwhile, these Attackers, that's actually quite nice for them. Again, saving 3 rifles, the economy now firmly in their control, as these defenders not only give up their lead, but they give up their advantage on the economy. Looking at the ults as well, 3 attacking ults available. So right now, it looks like a very strong position for Valley United, and it's going to take a devastating loss for them in one of these rounds to really swing it back into the favor of Think Again. But both of these teams have shown to be rather consistent in just this map alone, so I would not put anything past either of these teams.
Yeah, I'm not going to put anything past them, but let's hope that we can see if they are ready to pass each other, as it is tied 3-3. MWG right up close and personal in the mound, ready to be a perfect player. Oh my god, this trigger discipline's insane, but does he have the aim for it? No one's turned around. Oh my god, no! What the f is that?
Hawk out. Blinded.
Soren just walked away from his computer. Soren's done. A co-caster walked out. I'm cussing. What the heck just happened?
Tragedy, I guess. A one-man sorry song, missing every shot, despite having everything lined up. That's some silver aim right there. That's some aim in my ranked games.
Oh
That's
my God.
so unfortunate. And still, yet the disappointing attempt is still a 3-on-3 as they take CC.
Ooh, clean shot there. Rogue Pringle. Ready for some more.
30 seconds left.
This is what, honestly, your Killjoy should be watching you right now. But there it is now, 2v2. Beast is going to be in this ultimate.
One enemy remaining.
And getting the pick down, this is going to be a fallen point as Blink R has to clutch up in a 14 HP 1v2. Can this Omen do it? Or are they just going to get gunned down? Good timing. Smoking themselves off to get some space to move forward. Knows that there's going to be one up close, but the flick of the wrist and the Beast is here. Very shot.
Oh, they are so lucky they won that round. They are so lucky they won that round. That was tragedy in team main, but somehow their teammates are able to bail them out of the humiliation, and they are able to take the 2 rifles. And actually, that's a good rebound in the economy. Hopefully, the attackers take some lesson of checking their corners and making sure they're playing around those Viper walls a little bit more efficiently, because that could have been an absolute demolition if the aim was on the line there. But at the end of the day, they're still in a pretty good position. Sheriff is still in the hand, but notably, they had to invest quite a few ultimates. I believe they used all 3. They did get the Killjoy in response, but it's still very costly overall.
Yeah, pretty costly here. What a shot! Sorrow getting a double now, making a triple, collecting them all like Infinity Stones. But can Thanos snap his way through another dub for his team as they need to tie this up 4-4? Beast now pushing it up and trying to find these picks. This is not going to be too easy, but it's a 2v3 and MWG is right again, or 2v5, sorry, and right up in drop here.
That's a very unfortunate angle as well, because now that you've fallen, there's no way of getting back up, and the attackers are on site, so there's only one way for you to peek.
Spike
And it's
planted.
very, very dangerous. Unless they can get a kill or 2 on this next swing, they are going to be what we in the business call screwed. So Viper is on the other side of the map and really not doing much to assist them here on site.
Yeah, not doing too much, but they might be able to deal the damage. Hopefully, we can see them get rid of some guns here, as attack side doesn't have a lot of money, so they might be able to just run out here and get taken down one step at a time. Makes
definitely.
the noise. Good. I like that bait there.
Okay, this is definitely
Imagine
interesting.
if I died right now.
They don't have time,
So
right?
funny.
No.
No, they do not have time. Okay, that could have been a
But
really
they
interesting
baited
play.
they baited Sorrow to come back and die, so that is a good play. But they couldn't even saved the weapon because they were stuck in drop. So that's the best you can do in that situation.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty good. Very unfortunate. If that worked, we'd be screaming again. But very unfortunately, they don't get the round. It is back tied 4-4. Only the Viper gets to keep the rifle. Some are buying out. I do worry because it looks like it's a kind of a half buy where some are fully buying out, some are not. So this defensive side is going to be a little bit rough, especially as this attacking side seems to be coming online now. Sorry, it's trapped in the corner. Blinker finds 2, and suddenly A site. Very reminiscent of last
Perfect
round,
accuracy.
but
My ultimate is
MWG
ready.
at least does some damage finding the pick on B.
Well, you know what's weird? These are the only 2 players always still remaining. This KJ hasn't really rotated too well when their team is getting into fights, and then is always the last player standing, but never the last player to do something cool. So I think what we need to see from MWG is, you know, either anchor a site fully or rotate on time, because right now they're in limbo with it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Their impact has definitely been stalled a little bit.
Never mind. Cast your curse, man.
Something at least brings it to a 2v3.
To dust.
Wow.
Cover going out. Stealing sight.
Makes it a 2v2, but I still need to find these last two.
One enemy remaining.
Sight.
Not ready.
They're playing for long.
They're playing for it, but
Enemy remaining.
they are going to be able to take out one. Can I get the other? Where are you aiming? There we go. That's better. And got out. Clean with it, though. Clean with it. I mean, that's what you need to do. Obviously, if it's planted for you, just take your time, but nearly had that defused, so that was sweaty off the brow.
Yeah, I definitely think I should have expected that to be planted for long, seeing as that is the standard position for that, tactic. And they probably should have just put some pressure. They had the Omen, they had the Killjoy, they did have some utility on hand. I believe they still had one Omen smoke. So they easily could have just smoked off Man. They could have kept him a little bit in the dark and just pushed them to keep him off balance and allow their teammate to get the defuse, but they chose not to and kind of get punished for it.
Absolutely. Now, with this punishment, are we actually going to be seeing some picks? That is a MWG beautifully holding it down, switching the setup to bait them out to get an easy plan on B. Beautiful read, but looks like Pringle got red as well, and Pringle's now down, so this is a 4v3. But the double ultimates here are going to lock the site down, and attacking KJ is going to take advantage to grab the bomb, but unfortunately will still get detained. But with the bomb in hand and the team next to you, there's not a whole lot of opportunity for them to actually lose it unless the aggression starts coming out very quickly, and it won't.
Yeah, absolutely. The great escape comes through as the Killjoy makes it out, but it does look like the attack is going to slow. There's still some presence over towards B, but it looks like C might be their choice of destination. I don't think the defense has read that. The only thing that's still on C to assist is the Killjoy turret. Meanwhile, the other three
30
members
seconds
besides
left.
the Killjoy have made their way over onto A. If they just take this site convincingly and
I've
quickly,
got your trail.
it could be theirs for the taking. They are going to pop the Seekers to give away that information. That should tell them all they need to know as to who's where on this map. They will spot the Killjoy, but they won't do anything to stall
planted.
out this plant as the four finally make their presence known.
Hawk out.
And that is going to be a clean opportunity for them, so let's hope that they can keep that going. But attack, having to hold this down in a 3v4, it's not going to be the easiest position to be in. And we do see that Geo, it's right around the corner here. They still have their smokes. They still have double smokes, actually. But look at that. Focused and lined up. Beast is going to get a double kill here. And another. Oh, my God. Defense is now nearly flawlessing it up and taking this round back. They did invest one ultimate there, but they still have two to use.
Don't even start that shit.
I mean,
teammate.
yeah, very, very unfortunate. I think the team played just a little bit off for the
Another
attackers
fight?
as they
Please,
do
like,
get caught
let's leave whatever
looking, two
happened
of
in
them
the past.
back towards attackers spawn at the end of C. It's very unfortunate for them, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. We are seeing it level out 5-5, and I must say, despite what I said earlier, after they had taken the timeout,
Help a girl
they have
out,
done
would you?
considerably better. They've won 4 out of the 6 rounds following. So this attack side has turned their fortunes around, but it's still been
Turret's destroyed.
very scrappy throughout. And it looks like they're going to put a lot of presence over towards A, invest a lot of utility, but there is still 2 flankers. Killjoy sitting towards B and Viper sitting towards A, and as they get shot at through the smoke on stairs, it looks like they are going to resolve and just try to clear a tree. And I think A is going to be their final destination here, as Viper is still sitting in the Viper's pit over on C.
Yeah, still sitting in this, but what this does is as long as they don't hear that drop, they know that they can try to push A. So it is leaning them towards it. And based on how they position themselves right here, I can tell it's all about the retake. And having another ultimate that isn't actually going to connect to anything will just tell me that, hey, That is one for free and doesn't even do any damage at the end there. Sarah also doesn't have a lot of money, so having this bomb planted right before, pretty good.
He's gonna invest some rage utility to keep the retake from happening, at least from drop. And will try to take the angle. Will the rocket will also be invested. Will actually find a kill for Rogue Prince to end his defense as the attack goes through.
Wow, attack's going through, and these guys are getting these picks, but what a beautiful hold. And the attackers win it. They came in with not a whole lot of money, and they came out with a round one, half one, and more than enough. And we compare that over to these defense who have to force armor frenzy. What? Why not light armor anything else? Are they that broke?
It's a little unfortunate. I do agree. I think light shields would definitely be the move here, and maybe like a Stinger or a Marshall, especially because they at least should expect Vandals being the priority. And if you're already going to be running at a disadvantage and you're going into Vandals, you should expect that you're probably going to get one tap if nothing else. Oh no, is Naughty? Oh no, Naughty. Please, you're going to run into 4 people.
They ran into 4 people, but they came out with 3 kills. That's a pretty big expense, but nice TP. That's going to be now a 1v2 as it's just up to MWG, who is still on A. Slowest rotator I've ever seen. But me being mad at MWG, still from the round where they whiffed the deagle. Aside, let's see if they can clutch this time.
Yeah, and they'll hear the
Spike
flash,
planted.
they'll hear the spike going down, and that should give them all the information they need. And we've seen this team, especially MWG, find these
enemy
kills
remaining.
before. That's the way it started.
Nice. There we go. That's what you needed to do. You had to make sure that it was tied 6-6 here. Lotus is a map where you don't want to go in at a deficit. You want to make sure that you take as many rounds as you can, and they managed 6 of them. So with MWG clutching it up, is that still good enough to avenge the mistake that they made a few rounds ago with that Sheriff Beautiful trigger discipline? Probably not. I don't think anybody can live that down.
Oh, no, absolutely not. But it's at least a start. I mean, this is a very attacker-sided map, much like Haven. Having to deal with 3 sites on defensive side is always pretty tricky. So the fact that they get 6 on the defense and switch over to the preferred attack is always a good thing to have to deal with. But notably, it does look like we're seeing some pretty similar strats. We're seeing the Killjoy turret on B. We're seeing a 2-man stack on C. And we're seeing a 3-man stack on A that looks like they are just going to be running it down, throwing some util, and seeing what they run into here by Pillar. And the moment the Viper hears that utility, they get the hell out of there as they run over the C. And now it looks like a split push. 3 by B main. They're going to take the door, and it looks like C is going to be the final destination.
And with that final destination on the board, let's see, can Naughty find some picks here? And that is a lot of damage dealt to themselves and the enemies. But of course, it's a Sky. Rogue Pringle's going to get immediately healed all the way back up. No concern. But are they going to find some more? Yes, they are. Gamer helping out. Rogue getting one. A beautiful nade. Bye-bye bonfire. And let's see if we can find some more as Stalker is now stalking his way through spawn and walking into 3 players. Make him dead. Naughty still being a little scared here. STC, this team is not really sure what to do. Obviously, think again. Might have to think a little bit better about what they have to do next.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, think again, do have a pretty strong hold onto site.
Last player standing.
It looks like the last 2 are just going to try to run in and do whatever they can, but Gamer and Geo are going to close out. The attackers take the round, and we're seeing a pretty standard start. This is exactly what we saw. They won the pistol quite confidently, and it even looks like Rogue Pringle did enough damage to afford, looks like a Phantom, and we're gonna get a rifle, another rifle in the form of a Vandal as well. So this attacking side is going to be investing a lot into anti-eco round. They need to win this convincingly, because if they do not, they are going to seriously jack up their economy. But if they take the risks, they get the kills they need, and they keep their rifles, they can easily also flip the bonus. And they're actually in a really good position to, especially as 4 of the 5 make their way on the C site, and it looks like they might be heard out. It's only going to draw a rotation of 1 from the Viper. But there's no one else on C. There's not even a piece of util besides the Viper wall. So this is going to be really tricky, as they can just take site and just begin to hold it. Because with those 3 rifles, I think 4 actually. No, 3 rifles in hand, they can cause some serious impact and make it a really tough retake for this defense.
Absolutely. Let's see if that is going to be the case here. As of course, the bomb will get planted, and defense still inside of A-Link, already running over. They stack the A for the money, but this might not be the easiest round that they've had.
And it does look like they're trying to take something, but everyone peeking through the door is just going to result in a massacre. Only Bonfire really in a position to do anything, and Sorrow is just going to get run down by the raised grenades. I don't know what the plan was there. I think they probably should have just waited for the time to tick and died to the bomb. Trying to get some rifles out of the hands is one thing, but the moment they realized they were at a severe gun disadvantage, they probably should have just allowed themselves to go to the spike rather than feeding a couple hundred credits over to individual members of the attack, especially as seeing as they were able to keep all their rifles. So now their economy is in a really good spot, and even if they lose out here, they should be in a position to full buy again next round.
And let's hope that they are going to be in that position soon. But again, what we're seeing from Think Again is definitely better than what we saw them do on the defense. This attack side's off to a good start, but if this, of course, is the buy round for them.
They do find that opening pick, and C is now open. Again, the only thing that's really there to hold anything off is the the KJ turret. They do have one on flank, and that might catch out this Omen.
And it is going to catch out the Omen, taking him down and ready for more. Naughty, stuck inside of Waterfall, is finally going to push forward and get the picks. Let's see this.
Really tough retake here. Ray's gonna try to satchel in, but it's not really gonna find anything. Rogue Pringle finds 3. And that is a convincing round win for them. That's 3 in a row off of the back of the Advanced Vandal buy in round number 2 of this half. So now they have full rifles, they have a huge economic advantage, and they're 1 round away from double digits, and they're going to be running into sheriffs. So they have every advantage in the world except for ultimates, of which no one has any yet, so it's neutral in that regard. So right now the attack side seem to have a dominant control in this game.
Very dominant. Let's see if they can keep this domination flowing.
Toxin screen down.
Does look like they are leading over towards A, putting some pressure, but it doesn't end up there. At least they rotate through. The defense is pushing through, though.
It's working, but attack. You say pushing through, I say pushing to die, and now a wonderful piece of util combo is going to allow Rogue Pringle to get another triple kill. Again, another potential ace. Naughty needing to put him in his place if they don't want that to happen. Looking for these trades, looking for these picks. Let's find out if it is going to be good enough.
We do have a little bit of an angle here, and they're not going to be noted, but they are going to shoot and give away their position. Spike should go down here. 2 defenders left standing, as these attackers are now fully in position to hold. Yeah, Stalk can't really do anything to prevent that. That is going to be the 10th round on the board for this attacking side, as Think Again take a commanding lead, but they are going to be finally going up against full buy yet again. But this second half for them, this attacking side, they did their best to finish out 6-6. But this attack side has been so clinical for them across the board. Every single one of their members are popping off in one way or another, either on the flank or just pushing through or just out-fragging everyone else like Rogue Pringle. So it's going to take a lot for this side to fall back down and to give Valor United the advantage. But every round has to come eventually, so it's just going to have to be round by round.
See if it is gonna work.
A site is the site of choice.
It's where they want to be. But are they gonna do it in a proper way? Looks like STC Bonfire and the rest of his team is gonna help him out. Think Again is thinking smart, but or actually, sorry, not Think Again. Valor United here.
Placing swarm grenade.
Looks like a full post point
Swarm
setup.
grenade out.
Is going to keep them from getting it all the way, but they're going to start the defuse.
Oh my god. Ninja, I guess.
Yeah, they find 2 kills, but they don't secure the third on the defuser. That is going to be around on the board, but I believe 2 of the attacking side kept rifles, and their economy is still in a pretty good spot. So now we're going to have full buys across the board, it seems, as both teams prepare to get into the next round. It's 10-7. It's still favoring this attacking side of Think Again, but after that round, there's still absolutely room for Valor United to claw back into this.
Absolutely. Room is here, but let's see if they are going to be able to keep this going and maybe find these picks. Bonfire, dead with sorrow. Rogue Pringle. Oh my god. This Raze has been doing such consistent, solid play style the entire time that I am worried for the side of Valor United, because they do not look so united, and when they do become united, a rocket kills 2 of them. This is very cumbersome for them, and hopefully they are going to be able to pick up the pace, because moving on to the next map of New Pearl, I am only concerned for.
Yeah, absolutely. This attack side has been absolutely insane as well. The Viper pushing all the way up onto rope, making sure to stall out any retake possible. Makes this very, very tricky as this Omen and Sky do the best they can, but it's planted for long. We already know they have the post plant. And it looks like there's really nothing they can do, and it's already looking like the Sky is going to pull back and just try to save. And Omen is going to follow suit as well as they try to save these 2 rifles. Might get chased down though.
Last player
Definitely a
standing.
possibility, but they are going to get chased down. Clean. Very solid picks.
Yeah, and that is going to be round number 11. And it's going to be scrappy again. This defense is not going to have enough to full buy out. So this, if history continues to be true, this should just about be map point for number 1 here, and the defenders are finally going to take a timeout. I am a little bit intrigued though, because in the first half they took timeout after 4 rounds, and that massively helped them. They immediately turned around and won 5 of the next 8 rounds and brought it back into their favor to finish it out 6-6. But here they went down 4-0, which was just 1 worse, and they decided to not take it. So a little bit suspect in my opinion. I think they probably should have called this a little bit earlier. Now that they're facing map point, I think maybe just a little bit too late. I absolutely agree. I think this might just be a GG girl next, and hope you do a little bit better on Pearl, because right now, Think Again, this attacking side looks almost perfect for them.
Absolutely. They definitely have a lot to think about, and I think they will reflect positively on what they've done today. But with the timeout here, it's really just saying, hey, let's try to pick up the paces. Let's make sure that we do not let them get match point. The second match point advantage is going to be on the board. They're not going to be on the board. They're going to have to go to Pearl, and no one likes that map, especially me.
Yeah,
The new changes anyways, it's just really bad. They're really bad.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a little bit unfortunate. But they are going to have to work with what they got, and this Viper is, again, pushing them really aggressively.
Oof, clean though. Push up aggressively and get yourself a phantom. Okay, that works. At least works for Bonfire.
Blinded. Not ready yet.
Oh my, Rogue! So many of his kills have been util, and he still manages to get out of there and stay alive.
Hey, game is all about precise gunplay. Rogue Pringle just happens to be an excellent shooter. Gamer now pushing up aggressively, trying to take the position that their Viper died in, and will also be punished for. They do get spiked down over on B, and there is a little bit of a pinch here as the Killjoy is pushed all the way up into B.
Yeah, it's gonna be up here. Ooh, Rogue Pringle. Spam sprayed from across the map. It's actually gonna not work against the Sheriff in hand, but MWG makes it work.
One enemy remaining.
And good teleport. You managed to get yourself to the other side of nothing, and that is going to be
One enemy remaining.
Naughty in a 1v2. Look up, and you're gonna have to be looking 6 feet down as attackers have the match point advantage.
Yeah, but notably that is a little bit rough. They did lose all of their rifles bar one, but the economy is in such a good spot for them right now. They could lose easily, probably the next two, and still full buy out. Meanwhile, this defensive side, that was a full buy. That was a full force. So it looks like we're going to be seeing the Ares in the hand of Blinker and some light shields as well. So it's going to be very scrappy. They're going to do their best to try to hold this off. But it's going to be a very tall order.
Let's see this.
We will hear some utility being put down, and the Viper's Pit was invested, so they're expecting someone to be sitting in it. It looks like they're just going to spray through and not really find anything here. Meanwhile, two defenders sitting on A have pushed up very aggressively. If they try to rotate over to A, they can be punished if they don't expect these two to be sitting here.
Let's hope that the expectations are met. But let's find out. Sorrow, here to try to pick up the paces, but I gotta hand it to this attacking side. They said, wow, 6-6, I bet. Then decided to just demean the crap out of these players. Rogue Pringle flies into a one-tap, though. A Stalker is going to get him. You can tell that the ego is building for these attackers. And so far, Think Again has been really building up their aggro and maybe some disrespect for the enemies.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 seconds left on the clock. They need to get spiked down somewhere. It looks like they might choose B, but they're going to be running into so many defenders. It looks like they just have
Last player
the
standing.
loss here is now Geo. After trying to push through that smoke, is going to get
10
punished.
seconds left.
I don't even know if they can really do anything in the time left.
Yeah, not really, but they got 4 rounds to try to take one, so this should be, or actually technically 5 rounds then, to try to get this going. But can they? That's always the question. Will they? I hope so. It's not going to be easy though, as of course we are seeing defense start to learn their tactics, and their aggression has only caused them negative side effects. The Viper died the round before, and then that previous round, Raze died by just being a little bit over aggressive.
Yeah, very much so. I think Rogue definitely didn't need to pop in. I think they could have easily just set off the KJ trip, pull back, and waited for the team to push through. But they try to take the aggressive angle, and they try to get split, but this doesn't work out. Notably, though, the defense still not at a full buy. Never mind, they were able to scrape enough points together. So, full buy across the board. Map point here for Think Again. Looks like this attack has slowed down considerably from the very aggressive pushes we've been seeing in the last few rounds. We are favoring the C side yet again, but again, this KJ is sitting there with full util as well as the Viper. So while it probably is this easiest site to hold, like you said earlier, it's definitely going to be the hardest one to take, as they acknowledge that and look to make their way over towards A site, but 2 of them are sitting very aggressively.
I
I've got your
Ooh,
trail.
Blinker not able to have enough reaction time. He might have blinked, who knows? But now teleports right into the middle of nothing and gets gunned down by MWG, who's managing to get a double kill spray. This is the team who's winning, the team who had MWG with so many rounds, but this time they're ready to keep picking this up. Now, MWG's ready to keep it going as it is a run and gun to find the picks and maybe find a place for their team. Stalker here leading the charge, but this ultimate is going to make this 5v3 near impossible.
Yeah, absolutely. I do find Rogue Prickle, but this Viper's Pit with the post-plant utility is going to make this so difficult to try to do. It is a 2v3 now, so there is something, but it's still going to be a lot to ask for as all three are sitting in this pit.
Last player standing.
Ooh, clean, and that is the end.
Attackers
Attackers are going to be winning the round and game one here. So as we jump into the next map of Pearl, we have a lot to think about. These guys have a lot on their plate and hopefully enough on the table for them to take home something, because what I just witnessed there was a pub stomp. Valor United, change your name, because that was not United in your gameplay. You played very split up, and when you did win rounds, it was because Blinker or Sorrow clutched it up for you. But with that in mind, Pearl being the next map, Soren, lots of changes to it. What can we expect in that hero selection?
I mean, it's so interesting because Pearl is very different from every other map. It is very defensive sided, so I'm expecting to see a lot more emphasis on Sentinels. I would not be surprised if we saw a double Sentinel, especially seeing as Sage is one of the better agents on that map. And they just made the changes to the Phantom and the Vandal to get rid of some of the reserve clips. So that wall is extra strong now because people are far less willing to just shoot it down. So I would not be surprised if we saw double Sentinel. I could still be crazy and still have Icebox on the brain, but triple Sentinel might even still be an option, though that is not very meta. But definitely a lot more of a focus towards the defensive side rather than the attacking side that we typically see teams try to lean towards on Lotus.
Yeah, and let's hope that we are going to be seeing that, but stay around, everyone, as we are going to cut to a short break and make sure that these guys are going to get ready to get it going. So hopefully we'll see some fun gameplay here, and maybe we'll see a better half for this side of Valor United. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back. And welcome to Pearl, everyone. It's a map underwater, and this team, Valor United, is under a rank right now. They're down a single round, and they need to pick up the pace unless they are going to get put back in their places. This is now defense side for VU, and of course, attack side is going to need to get the best damage dealt here. I, of course, am Edu, joined by the wonderful Soren. Soren, are you ready for Pearl?
Yes. I apologize. I'm looking at the team compositions. I'm very confused on multiple fronts. So first of all, I really like the composition of Think Again. I was expecting a double controller composition, but while they do not go for the double Sentinel, they do go for the double controller with the Astra and the Viper, a really strong pairing, especially on this map. And Viper at times can act as almost a pseudo Sentinel, so that absolutely makes sense. They are very much leaning over towards the defensive side, but with Jet and the Sky, they still have some effectiveness on the attacking first half that they're going to have to deal with. I am mostly confused with their opponents, though, not only rocking the double duelists, the Rays and the Neon. I love seeing Neon. But the solo Sentinel choice being Chamber, pre-Chamber buffs. They have not yet gone into effect. So, probably one of the worst agents in the game. Is definitely going to be an interesting pick. Could still find some value over towards specifically be long with your operator. But is definitely going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of pure mechanical aim to get any value out of this agent pick here. But looking at the start, it looks like this attacking side is going to favor a bit of a split of a lurking Viper with a 4-man push split on either entry site into
Heal up,
at
squad.
least to start off with.
Let's see this. Of course, we are again going to be following our observer and producer and owner of IGL Hydra, but looking like Stalker has to back it up as it is a big push to B right into Sorrow, and Sorrow's going to be crying. And oh, the BMing putting the Crocs to the face. It's Rogue Pringle ready to keep this going as now it's Stalker up in the top. He's in heaven trying to maybe get a pick here, but this smoke is blocking so beautifully, and it's now a 4v5 retake.
Absolutely, but they're gonna choose to play off-site.
Teleport's ready.
As these defenders are all coming from one direction, so this is gonna be a nice, easy hold for them if they can just play this close to chest.
Look for the chest, and that is going to be Rogue grabbing one. Blinker down, so's Bonfire, so is Stalker, and it's just up to Naughty, but Naughty cannot ace clutch it and will go down. If you guys don't know about the new recent changes to Pearl, B site got absolutely diffed when it came to how attack has to take it. B long is not an option anymore, in my opinion. There are so many more benefits to the B side defense hold now that there's no reason for you to try to even hold it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was one of the hardest to take anyway, pre-changes, because of how just of a long stretch it is. If they have an operator, or a marshal, or a tour de force, it was basically unplayable to try to push through. But with these changes, it's going to make it even more so, but it still looks like this attacking side is going to put some pressure, but the defense, knowing that they're going to be favoring towards A, is still making A their strong side. 3 members sitting there, but this attack side is just playing for this default. No one's really pushed up too aggressively. The only real aggression we're seeing is some presence on the top of B. Not even some fight for mid control quite yet. As these attackers back away, it's definitely becoming quite of an interesting sight. Both teams are playing this very slow. Less than a minute left on the clock, and it looks like this defense doesn't even quite know where they're going, but that should give away all the information they need as we see the rotate come through as well as the push.
There we go. Rotate, push, everything ready to go. And they are trying to maybe take back the site. It's the second round. They got classics in hand, and Sorrow, good for the nades, not for the aims. Now it's going to be a slide and a diff, and everyone's just running into a Viper util. Not what you want to be seeing, and it's last standing Sorrow to clutch this up. But Nade will try to stop it, grabs a gun, and it will not be the saving one. That is a beautiful round by Attack, and they did lose, what, 2 players there, so they should be fine. But this is now the buy round.
Yeah, absolutely. But notably, they were able to keep the 2 big rifles that they had. I think 2 Phantoms, and they kept a Guardian as well. So despite this being technically the bonus, they are going to have 4 full rifles. So this could easily flip into favor of Think Again, despite traditionally that not being the case. And again, you said it, I said it. It looks like they're still leaning towards this B push. It looks like there's going to be some utility getting thrown out. Both teams are just running up and trying to meet each other. And it looks like some trading bullets, but nothing else too crazy. I'm a little bit concerned here because the defense, in theory, should kind of just be allowing them to have this site. It is so defensive heavy, they can just kind of wait if they really want to.
They absolutely can, but will they? Who knows? I mean, they have the potential, they have the skill, they have to prove that they know how to do it. Of course, bonus rounds being won is not common on Pearl, especially since rifle advantage is major with how long these corridors can get, but they did invest in a lot of rifles on the Attack here. They are rocking Guardians, Phantoms, Vandal. The only person who actually is bonusing right now is Geo when it comes to weapon bonus anyways. So let's see how they are going to be able to take B long to try to take their ones and this long range fight going on.
Absolutely, and it does look like Rogue Pringle is going to get spotted. Naughty trapped into a corner only momentarily. But there's going to be a pretty heavy investment. This attacking side is going to drop the Astra Wall.
Oof. Wait, the only guy without a rifle just got a kill. That's crazy. Oh, that's funny though. Gamer can't plant the bomb.
10 seconds left.
Good job, Sorrow. Sorrow's great with the util. I will point that out. But the bomb's planted for long, and now it's a 5v4. Bye-bye, Pringle. Let's see if Sorrow can do some more.
Yeah, they are like their post plant here. Stalker is gonna find something. But now this 2v4, 3v4, excuse me. So much utility on the site.
So much. And there we go. Nade. Beautiful nade. Sorrow. The MVP of not only that round, but a few rounds in a row, as this guy is just so consistent in how they use their util on the raise. And now they're returning the BMing we saw from pistol round.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, perfect raise grenade. They got the extra kill that got the raise grenade back as well. So they needed to find all their kills to have that round play out as perfectly as it did. And they come alive and they get the round win. They prevent that bonus from being swapped over. Notably, they actually kept quite a few members standing. So Blinker on the Astra is going to have to settle for a judge. But Stalker is going to have the operator, which is quite interesting because while, you know, Chamber as an agent isn't all that great, he's still a pretty good opper. Probably not the best one in the game anymore, but can still hold his own. So still can get some serious value here. They are going to put him up on mid. He's not going to spot anything and is actually going to use his teleport to get back over towards connector and might swap over. Just wait for any contact off of his trip.
Waiting for the contact. Blinker. Sitting in dugout with a judge. Now, this is a pretty okay plan if you can jump up, but the second you miss that shot, that is a paper-thin brick wall, and you will get absolutely shredded. So that's what I'm a little concerned about, if they are going to be able to do enough here, but let's hope that they are, as they are running it down. Dog definitely might get the info. Ooh, 180s. And what are you looking at?
They do prevent the spike from going down, though, so they are going to stall out for just a second, but the plant comes through. Sorrow's going to pop the ultimate.
Popping the ultimate, but unfortunately not painting a pretty picture in art, as MWG walks away with barely 1 HP, and they just keep walking into Rogue Pringle's crosshair today. 2v3 now.
We're just going to be playing for this post-plant.
Ooh, good shot. And Rogue Pringle nearly acing it.
Race into the spike side.
Absolutely, really well played. The attackers swing back on their advantage. They now have also the economic advantage, though not going to be able to full buyout quite yet. But they're only going to be having to deal with probably a Marshall from Stalker, if that. So overall, while it's not perfect buyout for them, it's going to be plenty enough. And if they could do it, they go 4-1 up. That is a quite commanding lead, and it's almost bringing them at least neutral for the half. And they're on the attacking side. We've already talked about in depth how good the defensive side is here. So, and they have a defensive composition. So, if they can bring this to at least level, they'll be in a good spot. Sorrow almost whiffing that.
A good spot, but with some whiffs included. I mean, that's a little bit disappointing here. 1 to 3. See if they are going to be able to keep this going.
The ultimate does give over the information that someone's expected, and also it's going to give them exactly where they teleport to. Oh, no. Trading goes through, ends up 3-4-2 here as the attackers are on site, but might get overwhelmed here, especially if the opponent's supers are going to be utilized.
Utilized, but can they thrive? Should be pretty easy for them. Nice shot from Beast. And from the side, it's all up to Geofu. And that's going to be one down, but the bomb is getting stuck. Hurry up! What are you doing?
Oh, they miss their suck for the Astra. So They
That
were
moment is
not
gone.
held
But
off
be
the
cool,
defuse, so they were
now.
expecting someone to push them, and just no one was there to be found. So they just allowed the defuse to go through despite being able to possibly get that kill. So the fourth round does not come, 2-3, and I think pretty much across the board today we've been seeing where these early rounds for every map have been very, very close. Neither team really willing to give up anything, but the moment one of these teams gives up the momentum, they just start falling behind here.
Get
So
out of my way.
it really is just going to come down to who can get some of these rounds compounded.
Let's find those compound rounds as these guys need to win it up here. Rogue Pringle double kill. Very clean. Might be able to finish this off.
There we go. Just 2 defenders
Spike
left.
planted.
And very awkward angles as well, as they're going to try to retake this or maybe just play for exit frags at this point. Might be the best thing to settle for.
Let's hope that it
Sky's
is.
out.
Clean shot from Sorrow. Off of the hands of Stalker.
Does look like it's going to be a save, at least for the operator. And looks like Sorrow is going to make their way as well. All 4 of the remaining attackers sitting over in A main. They're just going to play for this post plant. They won't hear anything, so they will start backing away as well. That will bring the round count 4-2 after quite a convincing round. The only real kill goes to an exit frag as well.
Thrifty.
Thrifty as well. I mean, that's not what you want to be expecting from these guys, but things happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the ultimates, though, it does also favor the attacking sides. Both the Viper's Pit and the Astral Divide is back on hand. Probably means we are going to see something over towards B. They used it to great effect last time they had it on hand. And I would not be surprised if we saw a very similar strategy come through here. And it does look like they're going to be leaning over towards B side. And it should just be theirs. The only one there to really cause any impact is going to be Stalker. Does have an operator, but being the only one on site can easily be pushed off with some utility, especially the Astral Wall.
Ooh, Stalker walking right into that blind, but there's a wall to save him, so that is a decent play here.
You want to
See what
fight
else
it?
they can do. I got Stalkers. Oof, bye.
Spike
There we
planted.
go. Astral Divide splitting it off and maybe finding these clues here. Rogue Pringle, very consistent this game. 14-2 right now.
And I really like this hole. They have one player sitting up towards halls, but there is 2 on the flank here. They spot Geo, but I don't know if they finish the Viper in the corner. They won't.
Last player standing.
And that is looking pretty clean for him. Attack now up by 3 rounds. And might just be able to keep that consistency going.
Yeah, really well played. I'm really liking the strategies that they pull out. Very unfortunate that that wasn't read by the defense, but at the end of the day, they can only do so much. And actually, it looks like they're going to try to stack up B sites now as they have been favoring it. And now it's a 3-man, at least, presence over towards A for these attackers. These attackers are constantly changing up the strategies. They very much know what they want to do, when they want to do it. And right now, it just seems like they are reading this defense like a book, not giving them much room to think.
Yeah, not a whole lot of room here, and might just be the end of them here.
Blocking vision.
Gotta be extra careful with how these guys have been playing it, but it seems to be a take yet again. They've been going A early just to rotate, and it makes sense. You don't want to start around on B. You want to take mid control or another sites control if you can before you try to push in.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that with the Viper pushed all the way up practically into Art, just holding that angle, expecting a flank from either
Leave
one
that back.
as they make their way over towards B. They have drawn some rotation out, now only 2 sitting on B, one being Sky, the other one being the Viper, but you know, the weaponry is not quite all there. A Sheriff and a Bucky in the hands of the Rays is not exactly the best loadout to have to try to hold off against a full buy on B site. So this is going to be very scrappy, and it's going to take a lot to try to hold this site down.
Yikes.
Oh, yeah. Good
30
luck holding with
seconds left.
that kind of gameplay going out here from this Jet. Rogue Pringle so clean with it, and will be able to finish this off if we're not too careful. But from the side, it's Sorrow with the nade. He's the guy to get the picks with everything you need to be seeing here, and that is exactly what we are going to watch. But Beast grabs one, takes out Naughty. Sorrow now using the util again, popping an ultimate, and launches it to nothing. As Gamer's still holding its own, grabbing a pick, and now it's a 2v2.
Grenade.
Clean nade yet again. Will be able to bait him out, but not get the pick. Look to your left, and you're down. Sorrow, so consistent.
Yeah, absolutely unable to get anything with the rocket, but is able to secure the final kills needed to bring it 3-5. Very good response, I believe. They also, yep, they were able to reclaim the operator, so the economy does not take another massive hit trying to re-up the operator fee on Stalker to keep their agent viable. But
That's a good
now
start.
the defense in a pretty good spot. They have at least got the tour de force for if they fall back behind again. They do have a full buy, and they've put,
Here we go.
Think again, in a position where if they lose this round, they could really be struggling to keep their economy afloat. So, all in all, it's looking pretty good, and it looks like this attacking side's going to favor B here as the 4-man push begins to unfold.
Coming through.
Let's see how that unfold is going to have some players fold. There we go. Bonfire taking out Pringle, looking for another, but it's Geofu grabbing the trade, and Gamer grabbing a long shot. Takes out Naughty after the trade, but it's a 3v3 with a lot of ultimates for attack. We're going to see one get popped. Of course, that's the Seekers. This Sky is ready to look up to the sky and see that KD fly as they are running it down with a bunch of util, making the spaces. Viper and KJ are starting to rotate. This kind of energy is beautiful to keep these guys locked in their location, and now it's a free A take with a Viper in a beautiful position to watch the rotates. And of course, the post plant has both Viper and KJ. This is going to be incredibly tough for defense to take.
Yeah, absolutely. This Viper on the lurk has been finding so much value here.
Spike planted.
Finally, it will be confirmed that the rotates come through. Stalker with the operator, though, will finally be noted, but that's going to be tough. Like you said, KJ and Viper util still in their pockets.
Grenade.
And nade comes flying through.
Satchel out.
Connect, but they can do. There we go. Sorrow grabs one. Beast gets the trade. Sorrow making it 2. Last player standing, just Beast. And with that double kill, you do get the access to this util, but the Viper util is the one that's missing it. And Sorrow's gonna triple kill. This is the MVP of the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 triples in a row to keep their team alive. Highest kill count in the lobby, 17-5, is going to force this attacking side to take a timeout. Though I will also say this doubles, as it also gives a little bit of breathing room for this defense, because while they did win the last 2 rounds, it was off of some spectacles from Sorrow. So allowing that team to take a step back and breathe, not the best opportunity, not the best idea, but the attack side 2 rounds in a row are probably hoping that they just try to cut this momentum off early. I already mentioned that if they lost that last round, their economy was not going to be in a good spot, and it has come true. It looks like they are going to get full rifles at least, but someone's going to be stuck with the Guardian, so it's still not ideal. Meanwhile, the economy on the side of Value United is online. Stalker's been able to keep this operator and has been able to just consistently start stocking up on money. 7,300 credits. Sorrow, again, same thing. 6 kills in the last 2 rounds. Still hasn't fallen yet. So 6,200 in their pocket. So right now, those 2 are just keeping the entire team's economy afloat. They're in a really good position. This attack side, this is their last chance. They have the kind of full buy, and it looks like they are going to scrape it together. They do have the full buy, but they need to win this round out, because if they don't, I already said before, momentum is huge in these games so far today. If they fall behind after taking that lead advantage, it's going to be a really rough finish to this first half at least.
Yeah, it might be a rough finish here. We saw that it was very close the first half, and then we noticed that Think Again was able to really bring themselves back here. Sorrow having to use the util, but Naughty anchoring it down. As long as they take out this KJ util, it could be huge. But what a flick! Takes out Pringle mid-air and gets out, but unfortunately does not take out the ulti from this KJ.
Spike planted.
Okay.
Satchel
Rip
out.
gamer.
Gotta go.
All out of ammo. That's unfortunate.
Player standing.
Yeah, very unfortunate. 3 kills for Blinker on the Astra, and that is 4 left standing, and now it's not looking good. They used a timeout. It did not come up on their end, and now their economy is in shambles. Value United are built different in the economy. They're going to be able to full buy next round, even if they find all the kills they need to. They're not going to be able to deal with the operators. They'll be able to invest in that as well. So Value United, perfect position. They have 4 ults as well. Meanwhile, Think Again only have the Viper's Pit, which is very useful, don't get me wrong, but going up against 4 other utility or ultimate utilities is just a little bit one-sided, unfortunately. So they're going to have to do something mechanically to swing this back into their favor.
Yeah, and hopefully they are going to swing it back. Stalker blind as a bat, and unfortunately just going to have to teleport. That's going to be Rogue Pringle opening it up and taking out Bonfire, whose teammate bailed on him. Let's see if they can now pick up the paces with 5-5 being the score. This is one of the most crucial rounds here for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about how good the defensive side is. So the fact that they were able to just keep this defense from only getting at least 5 from now is actually pretty good. But at the end of the day, if they can bring this 6-6, much like in the last map, they'll be in a really good spot. They have a defensive composition, and while the other team does have an attacking one, again, this is a defensive side of map, so it should lean heavily into their favor. But the best place to start is going to be at 6-6 in the current state.
Yeah, 6-6 current state here, and hopefully we are going to see the damage being dealt, and that is it. Beautiful
Spike
shot.
planted.
See what else they can do. Stalker is here while we have an ultimate. Now we're getting popped by the Viper. They need a guarantee that they get 6 at the half, or else it is going to be a rough switch of the sides. They still have not found it, but that is the first blood of the retake. Make it a second, make it a third, but this time for the attack side. But still, the post plant is immaculate here. Beast just waiting it out, letting the util speak for itself. Stalker from above, on top of a box, and unfortunately now going to have to be carried out in a box. Good attempt there.
There we go. They're at least going to secure a 6. They also picked up the operator, so they can now challenge Stalker, who is probably going to reinvest. They should be able to reinvest into an operator. So
Jeez, mate.
they do have all the tools they need. This could somehow turn into a 7-5 if they play their cards correctly. They can now re-enter B because of that operator. Actually, it looks like they're not going to invest in an op on the defensive side. So now if they try to take B, which it looks like they're going to, they're going to have the advantage.
Yeah, they are going to have the advantage, but we're seeing ultimates fly here. These guys are ready to just really make it rain. Rogue Pringle swinging. What? Stalker, how do you miss that?
And both of them missed it. That was very unfortunate. 2 op shots go wide.
Yeah, but I understand why Rogue Pringle would miss that, considering he's the one swinging. But if you're holding an angle and then you flick off of someone's body, that is crazy to me. But human error is a good way to describe what's happened in the last 2 games.
Yeah, a little bit. But seeing that they spot the op is going to give away a lot of information. The Viper's going to push up and going to get punished for that. That is one of the controllers gone. Not amazing, especially as that is
Get
the
out
one
of my
with
way.
the util over on
There.
B. 2 defenders, though, pushed up very aggressively on A. They're aware.
Enemy punished.
Wow.
Spike down.
They are
Attacker
aware,
spawn.
but that awareness is getting shot out of the back of their head here.
30 seconds left.
Let's see what can happen now with the attack trying their best. But look at this flank. MWG is going to get spotted out. But what a shot. Takes him down regardless. Clean as ever. But it's the knives out that really matter here. They're just flanking them. 15 seconds. Have to go for kills. And he gets one, but 8 seconds to get 3. Yeah, just join your team. It's 6-6 at the half.
I mean, yeah, it's a very level
Switching
first
sides.
half, but now both teams are going to be on the side they prefer. One team drafted, or not drafted, this isn't league. One team picked their composition for the attack side, the other one picked team for the defensive side. Both are on their preferred side now. So this is where I'm expecting to see a lot of big plays come through. These teams both know what they want to do, and now they're on the sides to make that composition work for them. The only thing I'm worried about, defensive side map. So this attack side, this team needs to do a lot. Value United need to find a way of cracking open this defense. I really worry because Killjoy is really, really strong, and it looks like they are setting up in mid, which is allowing a 2-1-2 split. And Killjoy utility can practically cover the entirety of mid if set up properly. So very, very dangerous to try to take practically any site or any entry point on the map right now.
Absolutely. Let's see if it is going to be enough. Rogue Pringle. Very aggressive here, but I love the mid hold that we see here from these attackers. You try to control mid, you can take any site much easier than A or B. Less choke points and maybe even a split, as we do see Chamber looking to find Pringle out in construction. But it's going to be a slow default here, considering they already lost one round. These attackers have to prove themselves in this game to really seal the deal and maybe reverse sweep it, as you pointed out.
Yeah, it is looking very slow here from the attackers. They make some presence over towards B. They get rid of some of the KJ utility, but nothing too crazy as they slowly lurk their way over to B. 2 defenders still on site. They set up a nice crossfire. And there we go. The silence is cut, the util is popped, and now it's a full
30
man,
seconds
5-man drop.
Wow, Beast with the double kill, though. Pretty solid. Ready to now find some more. Are they going to do it? It's a good question. But do we have a good answer? Looks like Geo might have one for us. There we go. And it's now a retake. 1v2. Make it none v3. It's over. And a free sheriff in these players' hands. But wait a second. Stalker, your Chamber. Why did you buy a sheriff? I hate when they do that. It's like, come on. You know, you come with a sheriff. That's the whole point. But it is pretty expensive nowadays. Again, though, getting a trip for your team, especially on the attack when you take that mid control, I think they can play it a little bit better here, and they're going to need to, as the second they give up space here for these defensive sided players, it's just a stomp.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like they're going to be hitting a site, or at least making some presence known here. That flash should give a little bit of information, but nothing as to how heavy this lane is going to be. 4 members sitting here, but Spike is still back, notably, which means there's a good chance this rotates over towards B. Stalker's the lone man looking to see if he hears anything on mid. Won't actually hear anything because with this Killjoy setup on mid, they're not playing to take any more space. They are just going to deny any pushes that try to come through Art or Connector, as these 2-man holds on either site are just going to be playing so passive. They have the double controller, they have the KJ, they have all the tools they need to basically sit still and look pretty and just allow these attackers to push through and get punished for it.
Absolutely. Let's see if they are going to be able to keep that going, though. There we go. Good damage. Attack needs to get on this point. And they are going to succeed, but that is SMG Haven, and everyone is down. And now it's just going to be up to a Sky.
30 seconds left.
Okay. They both have to do the awkward eyesight reload. Ooh, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, definitely gotta hurt the mental at least. But that is going to be another round going over to the defense. And now, looking at the defense's buyout, it's looking rather interesting because not only, okay, they do swap out the Vandal that they bought, but it is still an operator now in the hands of Rogue Pringle. And that's one of those weapons that if you run it so early into the game, it can really catch the opponents off guard. But it depends on them actually hitting your site, as it looks like the attackers are going to put a lot of presence over towards mid and look to just try to take it running straight into the KJ setup.
and they are going to try to take it the best way they can. Hope that it is going to be enough, though.
Poison's off.
Won't really spot anything or do or take any damage over on B connector, but now 3 sitting in art. I think turret is still being hidden, or no, sorry, the trip still has not been set off, but the killjoy is waiting around the corner for it to happen. Oh no, they rotate off. Ooh, this could be not the best situation, as the defenders are not in a great position. They're expecting a hold here.
They are. But look at this. Gamer holds it well, but doesn't do enough damage to get his pick. And there wasn't a swing with the KJ to trade it out. Sometimes it's okay to let your teammate die if you can get a better angle. Beast, though, making it worth it. Makes it now. It's down to just one. And Blinker. Beautiful read. Will grab MWG, but it's Rogue Pringle with an op.
Spike planted.
Just has to manage to find this pick. They also have the SMG underneath them if they want to find a different gun, but decides to keep pushing up, maybe find a different gun, like the Bulldog, to work with. We're just saying, F it.
Ooh, I think there was a barrel there for a second, but I don't know if he saw it.
Yeah, it's just keeping the up. Very ballsy. Very strange play. And that is going to be an op. They're down. So very expensive investment already lost.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate, especially because I would have seen some benefit of it if they would have found a pick. I would have seen some benefit if they had a Blade Storm to work with, but they really don't. So now they are going to force up into this round, practically full buy across the board, except for Rogue Pringle, who now has to just settle for a Stinger. They're going up against full rifles, so they're going to be at a massive range disadvantage on one of the maps that it's really best to have some sort of range. And there you see it get punished.
And it is going to get punished there. Unfortunate for him. Let's see if they can do it again, though. Seeing people now just take each step one at a time. Over towards B long this time. Attack. They need to win this. They have the rifle advantage. They have a lot going for them in this half, but they're going to need to do it soon.
Yeah, absolutely. They're making their way down to the main, and very unfortunately, Viper just gets caught out there as the attack, make your presence known. Now, it might just be a save, or at least an attempt, as these last two are the only ones with rifles, and they're not going to be able to buy out really anything in the next round. So it does look like it's going to be a full save, as they just try to salvage what little bit of economy they can.
I need to stop. Obscuring vision.
And if you're going to salvage economy, you're going to do it as far away from the B side as possible. Astra's positioning, though, a little strange because you can get flanked from both ends, but I think they are going to be lucky enough this round not to worry about it. So that is pretty healthy for them. So let's see what else they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like the attackers are not going to be going for a hunt. They're just going to sit happily with their now economic advantage, sitting at the top of B and not really do anything too crazy to risk throwing away any more money. But like I said before, the economy in the garbage now for Think Again, as they are struggling to keep themselves afloat. Only the rifles, really the only firepower besides some sheriffs. And it's 8-8. We are again seeing these two teams just battle back and forth, as neither team really puts too many rounds on the board back to back to back. Only one of these teams, Valley United, has been able to put 3 rounds in a row together. So neither one of these teams willing to give up, neither one willing to give any significant lead over to their opponents as they continue to trade for these rounds back and forth.
Turret's destroyed.
Absolutely. Let's see if it is going to be enough. Clean shot. What? Oh my God, that was so fast. And that is going to be a big pick. This thrifty round is here for it. They have weapons, they got guns, and now defense is looking a lot better than they did last round. Here we go. Stalker, can you pick up the paces and put the enemies in their places? Let's find out as Pringle gets one, Stalker gets another, and now it's a 1v3.
Yeah, and they have to fight for the spike. They have the economy to play a little bit dangerously.
Yeah, and they will play dangerously and be the danger in the room, cleaning it up and taking really no crap from these guys. It was absolutely beautiful in how they played this out, and I think they're going to just keep that going. So honestly, looking at this of course is now much closer for the side of Think Again, because they already won game 1, and now they just have to win what, 3 more rounds to nearly guarantee it. And I think with this momentum facing off against Bulldogs, unless they fumble the bag, they should not lose this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It does favor them. The pressure, though, is on them to perform here. And it does look like it's attack side. Valor United putting a lot of pressure on this mid space, setting a lot of utility up, but nothing found quite yet. They do find their opening pick.
Good job from that. Let's see if they can keep this going. Ooh, Gamer. A little bit too much aggro there. Blind will come out, but also will get returned to sender. Let's see what they could do with, of course, down one player, down their Jet, down Rogue Pringle, who has been crucial in getting frags, 19-10. And if you don't have someone to compete with Sorrow, this could be another round for Valor United.
Yeah, absolutely. All 5 remaining and all 5 marching down B very quietly quite yet, but that flash is going to give them the level that they need. Gamer's going to find an opening pick and bring this just about level.
There we go. Beast grabs one. And through the smoke, Stalker's going to grab another. But this is a beautiful angle here for Beast to hold it. Does have util, does have ultimates. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3! Makes it 4 in total. Beast is a beast, and Beast will not stop. Oh my god, defenders have double digits, and they are ready to take this entire best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. That's huge for them. That's going to force the attackers to take a time out, and they're going to need it after that one. Just unfortunate not to clear that angle, and Beast punishes them for it. And I'm liking what the attackers are doing. I'm really liking that push into mid. It's getting rid of a lot of the utility. It's forcing these defenders back on their toes, forcing a little bit of a rotation out, just in case they go for that very heavy push, because they could easily see there's 3-4 people there, so they can't just simply ignore it and say it's a lurker. But rotating off, they need to be a little bit more consistent. I'm worried that in situations like that, they allowed their opponents, the defense, Think Again, to actually be the first ones to get that strike off. They were the ones who set off the flash, and they immediately put the attack on the back foot. If they're going to take a site and they're already practically on it by that point, they need to invest the utility earlier. They need to get onto the site quicker. They just need to be a little bit sharper on the execution, because there they had the perfect setup, but they fell a little bit flat and they got punished for it. And at the end of the day, when you're in this competition, sure, there is a losers, but you're going up against some of the best of this tier of Valor. You cannot make those small little mistakes, or you're going to get punished.
Absolutely. Now, punishment aside, let's see if they are going to be able to return that punishment towards them soon. Of course, with a big B push this time. Attack trying to duplicate what they did before, which is a little strange. Not exactly what I would have expected from them, but look at Rogue Pringle's position here. And it is going to take that Neon down to nothing. They do have a Sky, 4 HP. Won't be that forever unless that Sky doesn't have a heal. And if they don't, this is going to be a tough thrifty. Ooh, Nani using an ultimate here. Knows that they're 4 HP, and Rogue Pringle shuts down an ultimate with just a shorty. Beast with another multi-kill. And Pringle ready for more. Knives out. Beautiful right click and the spike down. Sorrow selling it. It's now going to be up to Bonfire to light the fire under his butt to clutch it up. Let's find out if he has what it takes. He spots the barrel, but can he hit this pick? Sheriff in hand, spots out one. Judge up close and personal. That's going to be 1, but he's getting flanked. But does he think that he's found the other? He does now. He knows exactly where these players are, and he just has to find these picks.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Flashbang.
30 seconds left.
Geofu is going to gun him down. Soren, defense looks like they're going to be taking this best of 3 easily.
Yeah, absolutely. They have come online. I like the change up from the attacking side, but man, Rogue Pringle is online, ladies and gentlemen, as he is just dominating the lobby. Like you said, shutting down an entire ultimate with just a shorty, getting so much value. It does look like there's a little bit of a glitch, or at least visually, that's saying Blink R is currently in the ground under the map, but it is still on.
Yeah, it's a new bug with the game. I think they left in a little player model down there, and it's been just there. I don't know why. I don't know if our observer sees it too, but hey, indie development company, don't ask any questions. But let's ask a question. Can we see the attack pick up the pace here to maybe win the game? Obviously, Beast is stuck in a bad spot and now isn't stuck anywhere as they're dead. Here we go. Rogue with an op. Probably going to save this as it is, of course, a 2v5.
Yeah, no, and you definitely don't want to hand the op over
Spike planted.
to, say, the chamber. So they are just going to be saving it a second round now this half.
You are
The
divided.
spike goes down. Really interesting, though. They do invest the Astral Divide, which I think is very costly. I don't really agree with that. I think they might have also invested the Viper's Pit. I can't really see because it's so cluttered on A site. But if that's the case, I mean, that's 2 really big
Last
ultimates
player
that, and
standing.
they invest for really no reason. It's a 5v2. They have all the advantage they need. I don't know why you would invest it when you are so overwhelmingly in the lead, at least for the round. But it does secure them a 9th round. It brings them 1 away from double digits, though they do not get the operator out of the hands of Rogue Pringle. And actually, I'm at the point where maybe Rogue Pringle drops the op to someone else. I would not hate to see someone else wielding the operator and allowing Rogue Pringle to continue to just frag out with the rifle, because a lot of their big plays that they've done to, secure some of those a little bit sketchier rounds have come from Rogue Pringle when he is just on site creating havoc. So I think there's definitely a little bit of adaptation they can still do, but they're still in a pretty good spot. At least economically, they should be able to at least buy 1 more if for some reason they drop this round.
Yeah, let's hope that they don't drop the round, because that would be a little awkward for them. And that's a shot. Rogue Pringle grabs it, takes him down, looking for some more. But what is that from Naughty? Naughty, you can't just go around headshotting people through boxes. That's not very nice. Oh my God, a clean lineup from Art. And that is going to take this player down. But of course, they got a Sky. They'll heal it right back up.
Yeah, and Blinker actually was in a pretty good spot to maybe get a timing if they had pushed through after the Skydog pushed as well, but they don't do it, so nothing's really found, though no shields on the Astra as the Astra tucks away into Strange. And now 4 people basically collapse in on A site as these attackers try to push through.
Here we go. That's going to be the spray and there it is. Defense, Geo still
30
standing.
seconds
I mean,
left.
might be able to get the player, but
Spike planted.
these panic shots are a little bit concerned. God, you ever just want to tell someone to shoot? It's like when your crosshairs right on, like, shoot him, but he can't. But of course, they are having a beautiful flank here from Beast, and Beast might be able to help them out quite a bit, as this is a lot of distraction coming out from Geo. And a one's on main, spots out the barrel, but wants to take their time. That's going to be an easy pick down. Geo now pushing in, and it's Sorrow to hold it, but he can't hold anything. And that's going to be some BMing. And it will not cause them to lose the round on time. So good stuff coming out here from defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only is it match point, but it is also series point now. And looking at the economy, it is a little bit rough, but the win should push them over into a full buy 4th thing again, as they are at match and series point. But Valley United still very healthy right now. at least for this round. They'll be able to get one full buy in, and they need to keep themselves alive to stay in the uppers bracket. And it looks like they're going to rely on the good old faithful, very aggressive push into middle to start out. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a fake. The Asher Util is heavily leading there as well. It might just be a means of getting rid of the Killjoy utility.
Let's see if that means to an end is going to mean the end of this game here. It looks like it isn't. Clean shot. Absolutely crucial. And there it is. Another one down. Gamer right around the corner, needing to now find these picks. Is going to just run it down. But what? Stalker, you have to clutch it. You can't let your team end here at the IG League. You don't want to go down a lower bracket. And you don't want to look at a Viper and look away.
Defenders win.
You don't want to do that. But 9-13 is the final score of game 2. And based on that first game, it is over for these two teams today. And I got to hand it to them. Definitely what we wanted to see. And GG, of course, to Sorrow, who played better than everyone else in that game and still lost.
Yeah, I mean, think again, coming alive. They did a really good job. Sorrow absolutely popped off, but unfortunately, just not able to drag their team over the line. But I will say, like you said, it was a pretty close game. There were certainly times towards the beginning and even into the middle of that game where it was very close. They really did not get any sort of advantage until round 17, where they put 3 in a row together and just kind of distanced themselves away from Valley United. Both teams looked really unwilling to basically give anything to their opponents.
Yeah.
The issue is that as much as we want to compliment Sorrow was really the only one at times dragging them along. I think 15 and 16, around 15 and 16, was 2-3 Ks back to back for Sorrow and swung them back into their favor. I mean, without those big name plays, those individual plays, I think it would have been a lot more one-sided. And as much as you can rely on big players to make big plays, it cannot be consistent enough that it's going to drag you throughout an entire series.
Yeah, and talking about dragging us through an entire series, GG's to everybody, and get ready for a new series coming up shortly here. And by shortly, I mean maybe in a little bit of time, as I believe it is scheduled for 6 o'clock PDT, or no, 5 o'clock PDT. So we will see you guys in just a little bit of time. And of course, 2 new teams will be on the roster, more gameplay, another best of 3. But of course, I believe this is going to be the last time we see Soren today. So with Soren heading out right now, let's give him the all thank you again, Soren. If you can tell us where we can find you on your social media platforms, if we ever want to reach out to you or just see you behind the scenes, where are you at?
I mean, best place is probably my Twitter, at Soren5, because 1 through 4 was taken. But yeah, on Twitter pretty much all the time.
Perfect. Well, go follow Soren, and of course, make sure to follow IG League here on Twitch, Twitter. Get in the Discord, join the next open division, as IG League has no plans of stopping what they got going on. And if you think you can play better, prove it by joining the open division number 3. The second that guy is out there, you will see a notification in the IG League Discord. All commands are going to be available in chat if you do ! Commands, or you could just do ! Discord right now. But thank you again for watching. We are going to be back in a few with the final game of the day. And thank you again for being here. And welcome back, everybody, to IG League's Open Division number 2 this time. But we're in round 3. We got some amazing teams for us today. Of course, it's going to be me on the desk, Edu, joined by my wonderful friend and acquaintance, Sora Tora. Sora, we have an excited game for us. It's going to be starting off on the map with Split. How are you feeling today?
Insane. I heard that the bracket is really stacked for this next upcoming match, so I'm very interested to see the two teams go head to head.
Yeah, these are the top of the seed right now. So if anybody is going to sprout into a beautiful tree, it might be one of these guys, and that will give you $3,000 as a reward. So I'm pretty excited for that. But of course, it's going to be the 2 teams here of, let me double check, Chosen Ones versus Thrive to Greatness here. And honestly, I cannot wait to see what happens here, as this is going to be the last game of the day. And of course, we're going to start it off on the map of Split. Now, Split Split has had its fair shares of ups and downs. I know the last time you played Valorant, Sora, you saw the map in action, but I gotta ask you, Agents, which one do you want to see most here? What kind of vibe do you want to see flowing?
Well, I mean, I always like watching aggressive comps. Calculated aggression is one of the most fun things to watch as a spectator, and I feel like it's gonna be very interesting if they go that route. So for characters, definitely a Jet, maybe a Sova for Recon, and everything else can kind of be filled in after that. But Jet's just kind of my pet character. What about you? What are you looking for?
Well, I've seen a lot of Raze today, and some of the best Raze gameplay I have yet to see. In just last game, we were on the map of, or sorry, 2 games ago, we're on the map of Lotus. And oh my god, the movement diff that this Raze came out. Man used his satchels to jump above another Raze's ultimate. Point blank. Point blank.
My,
You weren't there for
okay,
that, but that was the thing I saw. So when I see Raze, absolutely. This is a map where Sage is very prevalent, as you know. So, having a Sage in the game is very fun. But of course, let's see what these guys actually bring to the table, because anybody can play anything at this tier. This, of course, is going to be high immortal, some radiance occasionally here at the open division, and of course, a lot of players that have been in the tier 2 scene. So I'm only expecting the best of them. I've recognized a lot of these players. Ignite has been dominating in some of the tier 2 scenes, and so has Manny and Psych. But I'm looking over at C1. C1, not a whole lot of people that I recognize. So they got a lot to prove, but considering they're a high seed and they did really well in the group stage, only tells me that we have a lot to expect from them as we jump straight into Agent Select. So looks like you get your Jet.
I feel like as soon as I call it, I'm going to get it. But team comps are already looking kind of interesting. There's your Raze that you asked for as well.
Yeah, double duelist, double controller for C1. That's unique on this map. No Sentinel, which is crazy because Split is the map where a Cypher or a Sage are almost required, and the fact that there's not even the same caliber is a little weird. And if we see a mirrored team composition, that's going to be kind of, oh my god, it might actually happen.
Hyped. I'll be honest with you, I'm already hyped. Like, make it happen. Wait.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Z1, come on. Yeah, let's go.
Wow. Okay. Well, it's going to be a mirrored team composition, and it's going to be a strange one. Having Astra and Viper, these are agents that can have very consistent and reusable smokes, at least sometimes for Astra if you play the economy quite well, but other times you're going to have to be extra careful here. So I'm going to hopefully only see the best of these players, but again, not really sure what to expect. Not really 100% positive on these, but of course we're going to be following our observer Hydra yet again here at IGL. He's the owner, he's the IGL of IGL, and he also is a observer sometimes. So we'll see what happens as he is running production as well. And of course, pistol round, we already see the cross beam, the tease form from the Viper walls, and the fun stuff is just about to begin.
Beautiful, it really is. I mean, with names like this, I mean, you can't really expect anything else except for the best. So a lot to live up to with names like this. You don't pick the chosen one and lose.
Yeah, well, sometimes you do.
True.
Okay, if Eisen strolls up, you lose. All right. Yeah, he made his theme music stop. All right, all I'm saying. But look at this, Psych trying to psych out the enemy Astra as he's walking it forward. This is T2G. That's gonna be a tough one to say, but talk about saying something. Kodo is gonna be saying bye bye as another pick is gonna go down here. And oh my god, T2G, they are decimating these attackers in mid so far and ready to keep it going. Oh!
Beautiful.
Chosen one. I mean, you know, Sora, you have a phrase that you like to say, that you have a good relationship with Lady Luck. Now, I'm a caster, so we don't. You're becoming a caster, so your relationship with Lady Luck is about to suffer, because you said chosen ones, they must have a good idea of what to do. And what is happening this pistol round?
Nobody wants to watch a stomp match, right? Underdogs are way more interesting.
Oh, of course. And when the underdog is named chosen one, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, it's fine.
30 seconds left.
All right. Well, it's a 2v3. It looks like it is going to be a retake towards A site. 25 seconds on the clock before bomb gets planted. These guys are ready to rock and roll. Looks like we are going to be seeing the dog coming around here, but this is such a big flank. Oh my god.
Oh my
Salazer.
Wait.
Oh my god. Hold up.
Last player standing.
Hold up.
One
Wait.
enemy remaining.
Raze versus Raze.
Oh!
And she's the chosen one. That's what I said.
Okay, fine. I guess
You
I still
caster
get
cursed my caster curse.
You're welcome. But if anybody is saying you're welcome, it's going to be this Raze who just clutched it up in a 2v3, getting all of the picks. And honestly, if your Raze is going to be that consistent, that's what we need to be seeing. But now we're in the next round, and oh, that's so disappointing when everyone on your team got 1 kill except for your Sky. Ignite, we understand that you're getting yelled at right now, so we're not going to add to the fire, but Ignite needs to try to ignite the flames in his own heart, or he's going to extinguish his team. Thank you. Oh, rip Ignite. I'm gonna start. I'm sorry, it's easy to roast a guy whose name is already Ignite.
He wouldn't have died if you didn't say that.
Spike planted.
Yeah, too bad. All right, 3v4 Sora. Now, if you were in this position, why would you close the game?
Because I would be playing Jet.
Yeah. Well, let's look at someone who's not playing Jet. Let's look at this player, the Viper, Escape. Let's see if they're going to either escape a 2v4 or if they're going to be able to clutch this up and maybe steal this round, as their team is grouped up at the top of ramp and they are ramping their way into Doomsday. Devin!
Oh, stars.
Ooh!
What was that you said about the chosen ones again, Ed? I'm curious.
I don't know. Maybe the people who should have chose better is whoever made the roster for the enemy team.
All right. Okay. Again, beautiful start from the chosen ones here, but I mean that just gives the other team a drive to do better, or should I say they would be thriving.
Oh, absolutely. And this team needs to start thriving. They need to thrive all the way to greatness, as T2G is going to have to put the pedal to the metal and make sure to floor the enemies before they hit the floor first. But T2G Roar, this is the player who needs to make some noise. And can they do it now that it is their bye round? And they're lining up for it. 1, 2! That's why you don't line up, baby, because you're going to get sat down. But Ignite cannot turn around a corner. This Sky is frustrating me.
I'm rooting for you, buddy.
I'm not.
I can tell. Seems like they got the trade back though, so. Might be able to rotate here. Wait.
Ooh, good flash. That gets a bunch of information, and Aru is going to take him down. Now, 3v3. This could be if Chosen Ones win the bonus round. Oh my god, they might.
Wow.
They might even do it with an
I had to
ace.
say something. I have to say something. Wait, it's even?
Yeah. Caster curse.
We've seen crazier things happen. Watch this.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, I watched
What did I
it.
say? What did I say? Wait,
I
okay,
watched
so now
it.
Viper v Astro.
Pulling them
Who do you
in,
think this
knocking
favors?
them.
Viper v Asher. Who do I think? Probably the one with 2 players on their team.
Nah.
I think that was an easy choice. But talk about
Fair
easy
enough.
choices. What are you going to choose to do now that you've lost your 3rd round in a row? Oh my god. Thriving to greatness is not thriving, Sora.
Absolutely, but once again, underdogs kind of just get the underdog buff, and now it's swept. You know what I mean? It's
Wait.
swept,
So wouldn't everyone be an underdog if they're losing? Because both of
Exactly,
these
yes.
teams are like the same seed. They're like tied right now.
as soon as one person starts losing, they become the underdog.
Okay, so Chosen One is now out.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Rip those. All right, let's see what can happen here. Psych trying to find something, but hasn't quite yet. Knives out, Roar. Ooh,
Nice.
well, it was a good effort. Valiant,
It happens.
Valiant and Valorant.
Watch this Ignite's about to spark a flame here and get a kill.
No.
Yeah.
Dude, whoever wrote the script to this game really messed us up. All right, well, Scape here. Let's see if he's about to get 99 in aiming. Needs to now find these shots and maybe get a pick. Oh, that's what we're talking about. Look right there. It's another one down, but this is Chosen Ones who are now still the underdogs, I guess, but they're still winning. Yeah. So they're the winning underdogs.
Yeah, exactly.
They're the winner dogs.
Couldn't escape there and might have been able to turn it around. I see we're gonna be punny today.
Dude, punny is the best part of the fun. Okay, absolutely. I'm gonna be 100%. And I love this map because if you look up, there's a giant skyscraper, and that's just really cool.
I like the cherry trees.
You like the cherry trees? So you like
cherry trees.
You like Haven?
Yeah. I don't like this map. Bro, doesn't like it either. Trying to move.
Damn, Kodo. That's gotta hurt. Disappearing like Dorothy's dog. Let's see if we can find another pick today. Scape ready for more. Come on, Scape. Live up to the name. Scrape the enemy's head. Nope. Looks like the only thing escaping is your brains from the back of your head. Now it's going to be Roar still holding down A site. And this Viper is in a weird position. Can they actually get the pick, though? Cow Pie. Yeah.
Oh, my stars. Yeah,
Cow Pie, unbeknownst to that name, is actually not playing like
You really want it.
I do.
Beautiful pick from side.
You want to find it?
I think they psyched out the push, actually.
Hellcats!
Ooh.
Ooh.
Spike planted.
Ooh. Wait, what?
Maddie's lucky.
Yeah, just the timing coming out here from behind is kind of insane, but what a nice ultimate. But it is going to get traded out. Cow Pie now down, and now it's just up to Manny in another 1v2.
We've seen crazier things happen, right?
Yeah, we have.
Wait, I don't.
Oh. You know what's crazy? Not even bother checking the site. But hey.
I couldn't speak there. I'm so sorry. I was truly baffled. Like, started to check site, immediately said, you know what? Nah.
Now, Psych and the rest of the team, Thriving is going to have to call a timeout here. Chosen Ones, they're living up to their name. They're really just picking up the paces and making sure that Thriving to Greatness is going to have to maybe thrive a different map than this one. But what I am noticing here, I'm looking at the ultimates here. They got one away from the Viper on Scape. They got maybe Manny's if they want to pop it now, but it's an eco round. So they really just have to play extra slow and deny Cow Pie and deny Aru. If they get a pick or if they plant that bomb, you have the Seekers, you're going to have the Viper pit, and you're going to be able to shut these guys down. So it's a little weird.
Absolutely. It seems like this round is going to be one that could definitely switch the tide up of the game. If they work for it, I genuinely feel like this could be a reset to T2G. Oh my. That is hard to say.
T2G. TCG is something else.
True.
Yeah. Well, Thriving to Greatness, now that they've had 60 seconds, and I will point out, you've also given 60 seconds to the other side of this map, and they get to just say, okay, what do we talk about? Well, I think we just keep doing what we're doing because it's working beautifully. So honestly, down 5 rounds this early, losing the bonus and seeing what they can do with these damages. But Ignite, now ready to find the damage. Hopefully, we'll be able to maybe get their first pick of the game. Might be able to.
Ignite is about to start thriving for greatness right here.
Hopefully. He's signed to the team, so I hope so.
Absolutely.
What was that? Don't laugh.
Unfortunate. It was a 50-50 chance. It was a 50-50.
It's always a 50-50. Either you hit your shot or you don't. But let's see what let's see what these guys can do now that it is a B push here. Hopefully, we could find these picks. But of course, rotating around, I like the flank we're seeing from this Viper. It will be able to open up the pick, hopefully taking out one of these players. But at the same time, this is a team that is the top seed who has been very consistent.
Right.
But they're up against another team who has been so up there right now. But look at Roar. That's going to be a pick down. One of the 2 control agents now down.
The Sage heal coming in clutch. Sage. Never mind.
30 seconds left.
Poison orb emitting. Don't get in my way.
Oh, they decided to pop the Viper over here.
Poison toxins going up.
Yeah. With the Viper pit now down, honestly, it's going to make it a lot harder for these defenders to retake. Already, they're at a disadvantage from Sykes HP and the weapon disadvantage. This is going to be, hopefully, Calpine being the only one on site will be able to get traded out, but playing outside the open. Where are you looking? That's a pick. But no, the dog! Wait! The Sky bites him down, and now Manny has to somehow clutch this up as it is planted for heaven.
Come now, come on.
Manny now spots out one, but Aru picking up the paces and getting a triple kill, not only with a headshot through a corner, but also with the dog bite. That is the kind of gameplay we want to be seeing here.
Absolutely. I'm truly baffled. I've never seen the dog actually kill before. That's honestly very rare. That was insane. I mean,
Play some
shout out to
Astro
Maddie,
Stars
though.
in
There
this
wasn't
reality.
really much you could do in that situation. Being planted for heaven and all. Do you think that this first half is over
Here.
and they should just start focusing on planning for the second half, or fight hard for this and maybe
You
carry
gotta
that?
fight hard for this. If you
Yeah,
give up now that you're at 0, you're just gonna get 12-0'd. So
Right,
yeah,
right.
you have to keep up that momentum here. And Roar is gonna be able to dash away, but Kodo is very aggressive with it. Luckily, Manny from the side gets a double kill down and holds these guys back accountable for their actions of over-aggression. But that baited a lot of people to move towards B. A site somewhat clear. We do have, of course, the Tiger trying to find that pick. Will be able to grab one. Just with that stun, getting the information here. Escape now. Knows that he needs to climb it up, but walks right into him, and that is what attack needed. Chosen one back again at a huge advantage here. They have full control over the site. They have, of course, double controller and still have heal and a flash, but that flash is going to be used on one, and they have to just reposition to play post.
Okay, the advantage is pretty strong here, but 2 duelists have managed to do crazier things. I don't think that it's as one-sided as you're letting on.
There. Grenade! Satchel out. Sky's out!
Oh, nice shot from
player
Psych, but
standing.
check your corners. Calpie is going to get that one. Roar here for it, but needs to now just find 2 more to go. They're getting baited out. They have the Astral Suck, and Calpie clean with the shots. That's a 4K from the Viper.
Very dirty name, but very clean gameplay. We saw some nice things though. Manny getting many kills there, so that was pretty nice. I feel like the imbalance isn't high with the 2 teams. I think that there's just been some unlucky picks here.
Yeah, honestly. But is it really unlucky when it happens 7 rounds in a row? We haven't really seen that much impact come out from these players. Like, the thing about it is C1 has been doing so consistently with Kodo going not too positive when it comes to kills, but the main goal that this Jet is accomplishing is getting so much space by entering for their team. It doesn't matter if they get the kills because their team's good for 2. You see, here we go.
Yeah, beautiful.
Kodo,
No, exactly.
they run in and they've made so much space for their team to just push in right behind him.
Wait, Ignite has kills.
One. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go Ignite.
Good job. But I'm looking at the amount of ultimates we have here for defense.
Yeah.
They can try to pop one. They've already used the Viper ultimate on A to lock that down. But of course, they can easily just go right around it because they did not have it covering any part of the site, only the A main location. So of course, you can just take ropes and you have to now fight into the sky. But Manny, good job taking 15 damage from the ground. That's what we want to be seeing. And of course, they still have 2 players here. They got the Raze and they got the Astra to try to work it out. But I don't know if they are going to be able to hold it unless we could see Manny actually hit these shots. He did take a lot of damage already early on from his own error. Let's see if his aim's getting up. Ooh, clean with it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what?
30 seconds left.
Check him PC, I guess. That was a clean prediction there. And it works. It doesn't matter if he hits the ground. He's going to hit the enemies just as hard. And that's going to be the first round being a thrifty by defenders. And now Thriving to Greatness is finally on the board here.
Once again, it's only a mistake, like taking that 15 damage if you're punished for it. Otherwise, it was a tactical reset. That's what we like to call that.
Tactical reset.
Beautiful clutch by Manny there, though. The 3K, Manny's on the board right now.
He is.
I'm curious. I wonder if this is what we need to just see see Thriving for Greatness go back into it.
Got
so
it.
hard. It's so hard.
It's a T to the 2, and these guys need to get maybe 1 to the 2 rounds in before this half ends. But I'm really concerned because they only have 1 so far, but they broke the momentum that was being built up here. Obviously, this attacking side still has so much money that they're gonna have to do it 2 more times before the economy is fully broken. And Kodo, being that entry, will take the initiative to get these picks. And now it's Ignite here, needing to hold this own, but that is a clean headshot down onto 1, but needs to now hold it more. Manny off that triple kill, ready to do it again, knows that they're getting pushed here, but from the smoke side is going to slow him down. Very smart plays from the sky. Let's see what can happen here now.
Beautiful sight take from C1.
Spike planted.
Beautiful indeed, but let's see if it is going to work in their favor. Oh, clean shot from Roar, clean shot from Psych, and now it's just up to Devin here.
That still has dash.
Ooh, nice ultimate.
That's such a scary thing to...
I mean, it's
Imagine
scary,
picking
but he's
this.
just...
One enemy.
Okay, he does not stick it. And that's another shot. Good job there, Psych, cleaning it up. And that's a back-to-back round. It was expensive for them, but they also baited out so many ultimates there.
Again, completely worth it. Yeah, shifting the momentum is the main thing that needs to happen here.
We won't lose.
Like, if they can psych out C1, then at this point, that underdog effect is really going to be there. You know, you start thinking maybe we need to switch up positions that have already worked and whatnot, and possibly leading to mistakes. Once again, I think that this is just the start of a very interesting game here.
Yeah. It is going to be an interesting game. I think if they want to win the rest of the rounds of the half, they cannot lose this op in the hands of Roar. If Roar goes down, they're going to go down. So hopefully we can see what happens. Obviously, Aru and Kalpai have slowed down their trades that we've seen, but Kodo's picked up where they've slowed down. So Manny, still been the only man holding it, but look at that flash. Beautiful counter flash. Will be able to be good for 1 there. Amazing teamwork from Ignite. And now it's just going to be Kodo still on site alone. But look at this flank as Kodo is getting 1, making it 3 in total, looking for another Kalpai. But that is it. The flank pays dividends right now.
Immediately shutting down that momentum here. Roar loses the op as well.
Yeah.
This is going to be a hard round after that.
I mean, they still have a chance of going 4-8, but they can't risk a 9-3. They definitely can't risk a 10-2. If it goes to 10-2, I mean, this is going to have to move on to the next map here. Obviously, Split might just not be the map for T2G, but maybe it's just Chosen Ones being that much ahead of them, as they are the top seed. They're the number 1 in the group stages, and I think they're ready to keep it going.
Same wall.
It's a solid wall. I mean,
wait.
Yeah, it's a judge in male. It's very common. However, if they hit the shots, it's not very common for this team right now. Obviously,
Right.
Psych being the one person.
It caught me slightly off guard, but maybe this is just the wild card they need necessarily. They have pushed in here a few times.
Yeah, I mean, Judge on Raze has been a meta for quite some time. It's just how are you going to be able to retake with that if there aren't weapons down for you? That's the main problem. Is it's a risk versus reward. You bring a shotgun to a rifle fight, you're not going to have a good time. But if they come to you, you are very happy. But let's see how happy they're going to be.
Unlucky, and they did not come to them. They're deciding to go the opposite way.
Well, it's B site though. B site, they still can have some close angles, so the judge still should work out.
All right, we'll see.
Wait. Oh, never mind. Kalpai. Bye.
Okay. All right. Why do I even try? Like, honestly, sometimes. This is
planted.
beautiful, though. Manny's on site.
Nice, good shot. Manny was on site, but so is Roar getting the trade, and there's going to be Psych now without
One
the judge
enemy
getting a
remaining.
pick and keeping it going before getting taken down. So Laser is here for it, but unfortunately the aim is not going to keep up with them, and that is another round here. So this could be a 4-8 monetary wise. It looks like C1 still is going to be able to buy. They've been able to buy the entire time. They just weren't able to win enough rounds in a row to
Last
brick
round
this
before
economy
the
quite
switch.
yet. So it will be overall
We lose
okay.
it anyway.
We do see that they are going to be able to buy. I think the worst gun is going to be on Aru, and it's a Guardian. And right now, the Guardian's a pretty powerful weapon to use, especially
I
against
was
all of
gonna
this
say.
light armor.
You said worst gun. I'm like, into this, it doesn't seem that bad.
It's
actually.
it's the worst of the list, you know.
Oh wait, is that a bulldog? You know what I'm saying?
It is going to be a Bulldog in the hands of Ignite. I'm kind of surprised why they're buying a Bulldog instead of any other gun, because they definitely can
Yeah.
afford it.
Absolutely. Maybe you know what? It's strategy.
Who knows? Maybe they just need that close quarter combat up in heaven to hold it down, but maybe it's just not their round with rifles. So, well, obviously the Bulldog's still a rifle, but maybe not the main ones.
Wow. Okay. Very, very quick rush here.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what you have when you pop the ultimates, and both of them all hitting nothing. So Brosa would be very happy about that. Ignite now is going to get spotted out, and Roar still holding the site, but oh my god, Roar!
Spike
Oh,
down.
my.
Nice!
Beautiful
Okay.
flick taking out two there.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that the Sky was not able to pick up where this teammate left off, but hey, Roar,
Spike planted.
definitely happy about that. Devin now on the flank, needing to find some more picks here.
Yeah, Astro Smoke here might be nice.
Nice, good shot from Ignite. We can tell why you picked up the Bulldog instead of a rifle.
Every time we bring up guns, is that a? That's a shorty. Okay.
Yeah, Shorty recently got nerfed. It now costs 300, but Cowpie makes it worth it. But with them down, that means that this ultimate is going to fall as well. So they will have enough opportunity to plant, and it's just up to Devin to clutch this to make it 9-3. But with so many control agents, they can just hold that down. But they're tapping out. They're going in between them. Oh my god. He was tracing them left to right, and there's the pick. But that's an amazing round here for
Switching
Thriving to
sides.
Greatness. They managed to get themselves to 4-8. This is a much more winnable position than they were in, considering at the first time they won a round was 1-7. So that kind of comeback is pretty solid. They won 4, lost 1. It just was a little late in the half to do so.
I haven't seen Trayson like that in years. That was truly baffling, actually. It was...
I mean, it's dramatic irony, you know? It's like, we get to
Genuinely,
see
yeah.
it, but they don't. It's
You
just
know,
unfortunate
you know,
there.
It was the underdog buff once again.
The underdog buff. Of course. I guess it was the bulldog
Don't screw
buff
it up.
because Ignite
Maybe.
went from, you know, picking up a weapon. I think that's a smart play, though. Being able to pick up something different, and
Here.
even though it's not the strongest gun, it's something you're more comfortable with, and comfortability matters more.
Yeah, the strongest gun is the one you can shoot shots with.
Exactly.
Slow. I think
Yeah,
he's gonna
very
walk
slow.
around.
I mean, that's the default. It's just going to be a pretty slow round here for them, as, of course, you got to try to bait out utility before you push something, because it's pistol
Absolutely.
round. If you can bait out that raise nade, you're going to reduce the potential so much damage from you. And Devin here still has yet to use a single piece of util. So if he can manage to stay alive, then they're going to be very happy, because that's double controller on the retake, which should give him enough space here.
Very little help on Manny.
Ooh, so clean. And that is C1 proving that they can do it on defense the same way they could do it on attack.
Spike
And it's a
down,
triple
B.
kill from this raise, leaving only Manny, who was trying to flank, but unfortunately
30 seconds
is going to
left.
have to go right into the graveyard that their teammate is buried in. So can Manny clutch it up? 1v4, Astra versus the world. He'll try to grab the bomb. It's a smart play. If you can
It
get
was
in and get out, you're
beautiful. No,
good.
I
But
respect it. It was just slightly out of range there.
yeah. I mean, I love that play because it poked out their gun for a little bit, so the barrel was seen right through the smoke, so they knew exactly what was going on. And when you get spotted in a smoke against 4 players, it just becomes a firing squad, and you are not going to walk away from that unless you are incredibly lucky. But luck is not something Chosen One likes to give the enemies right now.
Absolutely not. Yeah, we're noticing that. I mean, most people
This
don't
makes
walk away
it
from
chaos.
firing squads anyways, let alone luck. But you know, it's interesting. Let's see if we have a possible sight tape.
I mean, it's going to be slow. They're splitting off right now, trying to find a weapon. And they are going to work together to take out Aru. That's a big gun down. And they might be able to now...
Backing up.
Yes, because if you get a pick like that, you can hope that the enemies are going to rotate. But because Kodo's here as well, they are not going to rotate because they have the information as it is a one and done, one-off pick. But B site still looking a little weak as it's just going to be 2 players up in heaven with a jet flank, but it's the mid control. However, it looks weak, but you have to remember the weapon choice.
Ooh. Completely fair. I mean, it seems like both teams are respecting each other a lot more after these few rounds. A lot less overly aggressive plays.
There we go. Nice pick. Manny now here. Beautiful flashbang, but it is going to get looked away, and the Bulldog bites hard, taking out 2. A good swing, but swing and a miss. Calpine is going to be the guardian of the site with the guardian taking out 2. This is now double digits on the board for Chosen Ones, and I got to hand it to C1. They know exactly what they need to do here.
Once again, yeah, they saw the Bulldog play and they were like, all right, watch this, and proceeded to use the Bulldog. It seems like anything you can do, I can do better. Live in action right here. What's the economy looking like?
Well, right now the economy looks like we are seeing a little bit of a lack in the side of defense, but that's normal. It's their bonus round. However, across the board, full Vandals for the side of Thriving to Greatness with full armor as well. This is going to make it so the Guardians aren't going to hit as hard as the Bulldog still has that 1 tap or technically 1 spray potential with a shot here. But again, it's a little worrisome, but let's hope that they are going to be able to pick up the paces and actually put the enemies where they need them. That's just unlucky.
Very much so, yeah.
That's unlucky.
Here.
Oh, beautiful trade from the Vipers there. Once again, another slow play.
There we go. Ignite's grabbing 1 clean pick, but that is the trade. Devin needs to hold this down. These Asterix are doing a clean job to buy time, but Ignite is back and they are on fire. Let's see if they can keep this going. Escape right underneath the rope is going to spot 1, but the dash hits their teammate, but will stay alive. But with the repeat, they are down, and now it's a 1v2. Aru, 1-2. Oh my God.
It was a what? It happened so quickly, I could barely see it.
Wow. That's
It doesn't
exactly
matter
what
how
we
much
need to
health
see.
they have. If you hit the headshot, it's unfortunate for the other team.
Yeah, it very much is unfortunate for them. Now 4-11.
These parasites
C1, they are going to be staying at that top seat, and hopefully they'll be able to move into the next round with the same kind of gusto. But of course, with how many rounds that they have played so far, having them only lose 1 round here is kind of crazy. So
Absolutely, yeah.
and I'm talking overall in the group stages as well as at the start of the playoffs today.
Oh,
but
really?
yes, they have very good win rates, win percentages. The only time they have lost a single game was during the group stage. So
Immediately spraying that wall this time. Okay.
if it works, it works, but this time it didn't. Manny, now with the Guardian, clean shot down, takes out the Raze, and starts to rotate, allowing the people to walk away from mid and into A. Very aggressive plus. Yeah, it was exactly what I was going to say. The guy
it was a great minds think alike, but almost too aggressive. It seems like not enough respect is being given to the enemy team this time as opposed to too much.
You know, it does happen, but I mean, if you are aggressive and it pays off, as you like to say, it definitely brings those So sorry.
It's only a blunder if you
supports.
get caught. Absolutely.
Yeah. If you don't get punished for your mistakes, then is it a mistake? Let's
Absolutely
see.
not.
Can Devin find these picks? Spots the gun. T-scape.
planted.
Ooh. Good blinds, good util usage, but they're using a lot of util to try to buy themselves some time right now. And there is an op in heaven and a pick flowing. Oh my god, that astral util just completely saved Aru temporarily to get the
Player
pick,
standing.
but now it's all up to this single player Devin, who was able to clutch it last time. But will they be able to do it this time? On the bomb
Playing
is...
around the rosy.
Yeah, but they're making so much footsteps. And that's going to be the swing. Good round here from thriving to greatness, but they need to thrive to 12 if they want to be taking this game, as unfortunately for them, it is a long way back.
While they time out, I'm curious, are we going to talk about the sound snare play that basically happened there? The jump into immediate stop so that the rays would peak when they were looking at that sound is honestly kind of insane. But I like genuinely, I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, honestly, it works out. But now we're seeing a timeout here from the defense. They're realizing that they have to fix their economy and they have to try to build this back. So I'm concerned here. I really am, because right now, C1 is allowing momentum to build and allowing them to really push this back. So I'm hopeful that they are going to be able to hit these picks. But again, it's all about what kind of weapons they bring to the table, because they have enough to force up a lot of SMGs or maybe even a lot of just sheriffs to try to build up for maybe an op, because they are on that defense, and Kodo being on that jet might like to try to switch it up a bit. But of course, it's going to be slow.
But once again, like, it seems that most of the games that C1 are, most of the rounds C1s are losing, they're just being overly aggressive or overly passive. When they find that chosen balance, it seems that they're pretty much unstoppable here.
Right. I mean, we definitely need to see a Goldilocks zone when it's at a thrifty, for sure.
Absolutely.
But I think this is how they're going to try to bring it. They want to bring the aggression, but they're going to make it very targeted towards the B main point. If they get this pick, they're going to be incredibly happy. But again, it's a tough angle to hold, and it's still going to be held, though, by C1 taking out sight.
Firefight.
And it works. And honestly, they have this sky, which of course the enemies have, but they do get a heal up all of the damage that was spread evenly across the board. They are now low on armor, though. So if there were more phantoms, it would be a little bit of an issue. But so far, taking one out during a thrifty round is vital to winning this game. And it looks like they're going to unfortunately lose another, though, as Cowpie is going to get traded out on A. And Kodo getting wall banged. Very unfortunate from him.
But we do have half health. Never mind. Like you said, the sky heal is very powerful. Astra isn't even low anymore.
Ooh, Manny now down. Ooh, we're seeing ultimates getting popped here. They are
they're trying
desperate to
end it
take
here.
this. They are, but
enemy
popping
remaining.
ultimates during a thrifty round is not ideal. But that single util shut them back so much. That is amazing here. So honestly, the momentum is being built, but that was a save round.
Very much, but yeah, that's a lot of aggression for a saver.
It's a
I don't
lot of
really
investment
understand.
too. The fact that they brought in the Astral Divide, trying to clutch up a 3v3, I understand it, but it was a little bit crazy.
So what do you think the end goal here is with all of this aggression? It seems like, honestly, that was just a complete loss, a tactical oversight, if you will.
You know, I think a tactical oversight, or maybe just overheating. A lot of the times in the moment, you are just like, I have an ultimate. If I use it, it can help us. And that's the mindset that they put themselves in. But at the same time, it's not always about, you know, getting the temporary win. Sometimes you have to play for the few rounds coming up. And you have those few rounds, considering you are one away from match point advantage, and they have to win 6 in a row.
A lot more free time here too as well. Oh, pick on Kodo. Wow. And Cowpie. Wait, those are two strong members of their team completely just shut down. And we get the Viper. Oh, this might be another round here.
This could be the round. Psych.
Genuinely, they're not even trying to
They really can't. I mean, their money's too poor for them to try to go into a 3v5, especially when there's a Viper pit on site. It just buys too much time, but
All right, I mean, I guess they get the Viper ult, so it's not a complete loss here. Oh, they're
Yeah.
hunting. Wait, this could actually be kind of bad for them if C1 manages to get a few picks here.
C1
Going on the
can
carries
try,
or
but
credits them.
I don't think it's worth it to try to go for picks right now. Obviously, holding tight angles is smart, but they can't. You don't want to go for exits when you only have something to lose.
From my stuff.
You're
Super easy to
absolutely
pick
right, but that's not really fun now, is it?
It isn't fun. No, it is not. Unfortunately, they're still trying to play to win as they are very close to winning it. And now I'm seeing Kodo with the jet knives available. So hopefully that frenzy is going to be good enough as a backup in case the knives fail. But knowing Kodo, knowing how powerful they are on the aggression, they should be able to get 1 or 2 before those knives fall out. If they do, it's a little concerning, but they are going to pop the knives and hold B. This is now a full split, 2 to 3, B to A. Hopefully we can find out how this round's going to go, but I'm looking at the ultimates here, and they have a lot real close for T2G, sorry.
This guy's both dog.
Hey, you got to dog the dog, but that is cow
Oh,
pie.
that is a beautiful amount of utility used there. Like,
One enemy
whoa,
remaining.
whoa, these people are getting slaughtered.
Ooh, good attempt there.
Roar is the last person alive with 3 full health members on C1. I don't think there might be a clutcher actually. I'm not even gonna say that. There might be.
Well, 18 HP. I mean, he needs to clutch it or else match point advantage is going to be given up here. And Thriving to Greatness definitely needs to find these picks and cannot. Oh,
Kodo
Kodo.
wasn't having it. Kodo wasn't having the 1v1. They had more important things to do. They wanted to get to the next map. That was unfortunate. They said, we don't have time for
Love
that.
explosions.
I mean, they needed to win that though. Kodo was the one person who didn't have a gun going into that and proceeded to get 3 kills. I said 1 to 2 to make it worth it, and they exceeded those expectations with blades. And honestly, I like what we're seeing. And now Kodo still picking up the paces. We're still having these teams on C1 be very positive, but 3 ultimates are on the board. Very aggressive ultimates for site taking. You have the Astral Divide. You have the Blade
Viper ult,
Storm.
though.
Yes, but the Viper ult gets very hard countered if they get any information, and there is a Raze ult that can take him out so fast. But they're going to pop it early to maybe try to get this pick. Who knows?
You were saying?
Well, could have played around that, but instead they were focused on getting the entry, and the Viper ult doesn't do a whole lot unless it's already on site for retake. Oh, nice pick from Ignite. Swinging out of sewers early here to get 1. Does have the bomb though, so it's a hit or miss sometimes.
That gun's kind of cool. I didn't see it.
Yeah, this is the Champion's Vandal. It only glows if you are the MVP of the match currently.
No way. That's awesome. I did not
Yes.
know that. Oh, you learn
Yeah.
something new every day.
Yeah, all the VCT weapons do this. The Butterfly upgrades its color, same with the Phantom. Like it changes, it gets new texture over time.
I
But
couldn't believe I didn't know that.
yeah, well, what we do know is that skins might equal wins, and that skin is glowing. So hopefully,
Viper O?
yeah, it is gonna pop, but it doesn't actually hit the site here. But it is gonna help him get across to maybe try to control, but it doesn't give enough space. And oh my god, psych! Bad time to reload. Good effort, but who expects 3 when you're just down 2? Now it's gonna be Aru trying to now find out where is this Viper. Where is
Almost on side.
good teamwork? I mean, the flash didn't really help, but it did get info. But Manny's right behind you. That's 1. That's 2. And oh, attackers win it. Manny, so good.
Close round. The jump there. Manny was able to predict the jump and take out Cowpie, which is honestly kind of funny just watching them jump around like they were going to live.
Wow.
But it seems like T2G really does not want to go down without a fight here. Like, honestly, they are really putting in their best.
Well, at this stage, Sora, we're at $3,000 on the line, and
Oh my, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, you're right.
yeah. So obviously, if someone said, "Hey, you can win $3,000 if you just play better," I would open
play
up
better,
aim labs on my
yeah.
other tab and be like, I'm doing this every time I die until we get it
Absolutely,
right.
yeah.
But with that in mind, let's see what they're doing. Obviously, I think they're playing so much more coherently than they were on the defense side here. So hopefully that keeps it going, as this is just map 1. And
Well, I mean, you know
wow,
what they say, pressure makes diamonds, and clearly we're seeing that Cowpie was not going to allow themselves to die a second time.
Spike planted.
pressure makes diamonds. I wonder how much pressure you need to make it immortal.
We're about to find out, apparently.
There.
Ooh, nice pick there on a Kodo. And onto that. Oh my god, they're still in this. And if they just win 2, it's definitely winnable because they fixed the economy. And oh, this is, of course, a save coming out here from
Oh,
C1.
Yeah. Not, this is still winnable.
Ooh, bad timing
Yeah,
there.
Beautiful. Oh,
Good crouch check. I like what we're seeing there from Ignite. Ignite's definitely picked up the paces here. Went from 1 to 9 all the way to 13 to 7. They've picked up the rate that they've gotten kills. They've picked up the rate that they have had efficient flashbangs. It's also, Sky does really well on attack compared to defense, in my opinion. And of course, their defense was just not good.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is when a caster talks about you like that, I feel like it can ignite a flame in anyone. So they were like, all right, watch this. And then just proceeded to be like an insane asset that they were going to be for the team, just even faster.
Ooh, lots of decay. But of course they have the Sky, so it's going to be just picked right back up. But the problem is they are going to be one hit at any range now with the Phantom. So that could be a little bit of an issue, except the only one with the Phantom is Psych, so you have to get rid of that one. But what a pick. Cowpie grabs Scape as well, and now it's a 2v5. This is all or nothing. The eggs are in the basket. Are they going to crack, or are they going to get scrambled? Who knows?
Astra Raze is a decent combo to try to take a 2v5, though.
Yeah, the problem is no flashbangs against 5.
Actually, yeah, fair enough.
If it was Sky, I totally believe that, because then you can heal each other. But
I don't
it's also it's about the player, and the player's
Yeah,
hitting
yeah,
his
exactly,
shots. That's it. Nade now trying to zone him out. They are getting all the way onto B, but it's about Astra versus Astra. Manny has to get these picks here, and Devin just spotted the edge of the barrel as he swung it. Oh, unfortunate flashbang blinds Raze, and they line up for it. Psych's here.
Spike
Oh, it's not even anymore. Devin diff the Astra, and now it's a 2v1 with 1 HP technically on Psych if he takes a body shot by a Vandal.
Can psych him out.
Good effort.
Defenders win.
Great.
Beautiful game, beautiful play. Like, that's great. Psych almost managed to do it, almost managed to come back from the, what was that, a 4v1?
Yeah, almost. I think 3v1, yeah. His teammate just went down as he got the pick. So honestly, very solid. It was a 2v5 at the start, and they managed to do an amazing job to bring it back. Honestly, Psych, nearly MVP, 3 combat score away from being MVP in Valorant's eyes. So Psych, good gameplay. Very solid. Their duelists were keeping up the paces and really able to now just hit their shots. It was just, they would have won that if they hadn't had such a rough first half. But here's the thing. The first half of a best of 3 game 1 always is going to be adapt to your enemies, learn their play style, take that information, either bring it back in the second half or bring it back and do a reverse sweep in game 2 and game 3. Now, are we going to be seeing a game 3 if Chosen Ones plays as good as they did in the first half? I'm not sure. It is going to be on Ascent, which is probably the most default heavy map that there is. It is bare bones, walk at the enemies, know where to shoot, hit where you need to, and take your adrenaline slow. You don't want to overheat on Ascent or you will get punished for it. But Ascent's going to be coming up next year. Thrive to Greatness is going to be on attack. And of course, C1 is going to be on defense. So as we get these players ready, they're going to go drink some water. We're going to shift them around a little bit. It should be a pretty fun day. Thank you guys for being here, and we will see you in just a little bit of time. And welcome back to IG League's Open Division number 2. We are on Ascent and we are seeing some insta locks because these guys have a plan in action here. Of course, I am Edu, joined by my good friend Sora, and we are going to be casting today for you as we need to see what these guys are going to be bringing to the table. Sora, you're seeing this. I heard you say, "Oh my," the second we got in. So you tell me what you're thinking.
I mean, the insta locks were obviously insane, but then I saw the possibility of a Euro, and I was very excited. I think that might be really fun to watch. Also, it looks like we might get a symmetrical team again, and that was really fun. Yeah, no, it looks like we're gonna have symmetrical teams again.
Yeah, the meta for Ascent is one of those maps that people would argue has been solved. The only thing I would see be different is instead of Ignite on KO, I would expect maybe a Sky. Instead of Devon on Omen, I would expect maybe a Brimstone. Brimstone on Ascent, very good because it's a small map. You get to smoke across the sites very easily. And of course, you get to counter KJ ultimates. And of course, the post plan's very powerful with the lineups. But those are the only things I would change.
At the end of the day, I don't really believe like any map could be solved. Like with a game that has so many options and so many different play styles, along with so many different plays, that many possibilities together doesn't really sound like it leads into a quote unquote like solved process for anything. Especially with this game being kind of new.
Yeah, I mean the meta for Ascent definitely switches up every so often, depending on like what patches have happened. I know when when they had the initiator buff, triple initiator was incredibly common on this map. So instead of a sentinel, they would play triple initiator, or instead of a duelist, they'd play triple initiator. So little things like that were meta, but as of right now in the current standing, this team comp that we're seeing, it's very common to the point where the only thing I would expect different is maybe a difference in the KO and a difference in the Omen. But with that being said, we're now jumping straight in following our wonderful observer of the day, Hydra, and very aggressive. It's pistol round though, and either you're gonna be knifed or you're not. Oh, good attempt.
Cowpie is after my heart with that knife attempt. I respect him so much as a person.
Spike
it's
down mid.
Blink and you miss it. We're in a 1v1 and the round is done. Scape is able to hit the shot, and that is already thriving to greatness, not repeating what they did last game.
Scaping by there is the last remaining person on their team buying a Bulldog. I use that skin.
Bulldog definitely
insane.
Yeah, I mean the Bulldog being the weapon that they bring here, I think sometimes it's dependent on the player. Some people like the Bulldog, other people like the Guardian. I personally prefer the Guardian light armor because it is a more expensive weapon, but on a map like Ascent, wall bangs are very important to hit. So I would think that you might want to bring that. But the Bulldog here, up close and personal, round 2, I completely understand if you're playing close quarter combat, you're going to want that Bulldog instead of a Guardian.
A lot with tournament nerves, it feels like it's a safer choice of gun, especially when you need to build back up after losing the first round. That triple burst is kind of nice.
Yeah, that triple burst, if you pull down just the right way, you will be able to one tap.
And maybe that's just the confidence booster T2G needs.
Targets destroyed.
Let's see if that confidence is good. Closing the door this early, it could either work in their favor or not work at all. It's a risk because, one, you're not really allowing your team to rotate through, and you've already closed it for these players. And since you're the only one on site, you're either going to have to break it yourself and kill everyone, or you just have a closed door.
Cowpie's holding the mean angle.
Sitting right outside of lane. Flashbang is not going to connect, but a jump and run and gun roar is going to be able to make it work. And that is going to be a free site here. And the door's already closed. They have full control over B right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you said, the door being closed that early seems like it might have been a mistake.
I mean, it takes a lot of effort to misclick, but let's see. With now 2 down, can we see the swing and beautiful protection of your teammate? Syke is here, and unfortunately, Aru is now down. This is what we need to be seeing from T2G, and now they're thriving a little bit more than they were before. And I think what this also comes down to is the momentum that they built up in the second half of last round is definitely transferring over to this one because they feel a lot cleaner.
Not only that, it feels like...
Oh, did they add a billboard to stop lineups?
Is Aro looking at that truly baffled? Like, where did this get there?
I think he is. I think. Yeah, no. I think he. No, this is a shock dart lineup here as well. It just goes
okay,
right in.
all
Yeah. No, but I do think that that addition was like, hey, you're playing initiator. No, you're not. But
That was
let's
super funny. My headcanon is way better than what actually happened. Words to live by. Whoa, pushing into a smoke like that. Very aggressive.
Sometimes you need to be aggressive, but sometimes you shouldn't be, and that was a shouldn't be. Let's see
Yeah,
if
punish.
Psych with this gun can keep it going, and there it is. Now, 3v3. We do see that the defense needs to take this because they have the rifles, but it's the bonus round. And if Thriving to Greatness takes this will be incredibly well for them. Ooh, unfortunate.
Last player standing.
Oh my, that's it. They're not going to be able to win. They're thrifty. The power of Sova being able to get that information on if you're hell. And remember, it's Valorant. You got paper mache walls and you're going to get sprayed through them.
Yeah, no matter what the wall is made of, true. Actually, I'm curious. Did you notice that Psych is on the Sova this time?
Apart now.
Yeah, Psych being on Sova instead of the Duelist, it makes sense because what we do expect here is, they had double Duelists, so someone had to switch their characters here. I would expect the person playing Duelist would be on KO more, but really,
Yeah, that's
it's
exactly
about
what I was thinking.
It's about the preference, though.
Once
If
again,
you
comfortability, yeah.
Yeah, if you're not comfortable, don't do something. Obviously, learning how to be comfortable doing stuff, experiment in unrated. Don't do it in the ranked games.
That sounds like somebody that doesn't want a funny story about how they lost $3,000. Although it's working out for them. Jet has knives.
Very true. Jet has knives and not buying. Hopefully going for an op coming up next if they do win this round flawlessly. And flawlessing it up with an instant knife kill.
Gun here.
Now, Sora, what I am looking forward to is what we can see with Ignite's ultimate here. Ignite on KO, pops that up and runs it down.
Absolutely, yeah. 100% making up for the last round.
It also shuts down Koto's knives. If you cannot have... Yes,
Yeah, of
because...
course it would, yeah.
Yeah.
Completely forgot.
Yeah, but it shuts it down, and that will be able to push these guys back. Now, Laser, right up close and personal, cannot hold it very well as Roar and Psych are going to be doing the damage.
Exactly
and now...
what you said. Shut down knives. Jet had nothing but the
Spike
shorty.
planted.
Cleaned up.
Exactly. You have to play around your ultimates, and if you're a KO, the timing on those, if you see a Jet, take him out. If you see a Killjoy, pop that. It's that simple. So let's see what can happen now. And it also gives you the second life opportunity.
Now we have a 4v3.
Shock dart.
Good shock dart. Will not be able to connect to too much damage. They still have the post plant. Now Hunter's Fury's on the table from Sight getting those kills. But talk about getting kills. Devin taking out Ignite. Taking out 3. Devin.
Player standing.
Devin!
Oh,
okay. All right.
Hey, a triple kill on either side. That was a hard fought round.
Very much insane, but we have a triple kill on the Jet versus a triple kill on the Omen, which is
Yeah, unfortunate.
I don't really know. I think T2G got the better out of that. Jet is 1 away from knives here, possibly an op in 2 rounds.
Well, they also got the better because they won the round.
Naturally, that yeah, obviously.
Yeah, but having more kills on your Jet so you have the knives faster.
Exactly.
Omen's ultimate on defense is meh, but on attack it's really good, especially on this map where you can have your Jet get real aggro, have them drop the spike. If your Jet gets in there, gets one, and loses the spike, and you're an Omen, you're gonna force some rotations. Go to the other site, teleport onto it. Little plays like that. Obviously, it's about if you can get red like that, but if you don't, you might actually take advantages, play
Once
chess, not
again,
checkers.
I mean, Omen thrives on unpredictability like that. No one expected him to be there.
Yeah. You gotta check your wine. Sometimes it's good to use util to do that, like the owl drone. And there's the ultimate popping out to try to get him out, but Devin getting traded. Unfortunate there for him. It's really sad because he was in a bad position in wine, so he wanted to ult to get out, and he teleported right into the other attackers.
I feel like we've been saying this a lot, but I'm gonna say it again. Unlucky.
Wow.
Very much unlucky.
Spike planted.
Low health on Psych here.
1 enemy remaining.
Fine.
Kobe.
Yeah, that was just a bad position for Roar.
I mean, it's okay to play in hell if your teammate's still alive, but that flick was so clean that it just stopped it. And now
Even
you
still,
have, I mean,
like,
you
low
have the
health.
jet knives, right? And now you have a different KO. So the same interaction we saw with Ignite and Kodo is going to happen with Salazar and, of course, Roar. So it's a little shift here.
Yeah, actually, I guess that is how it works. It's really funny when you show somebody your secret move, so to speak. Like, obviously, this is a play that everyone knows, but showing somebody a play like that and then having it happen immediately after to you is something that could only really happen with teams that are exactly symmetrical.
Yeah, that's why I love mirrored team compositions, because it also comes down to how these guys play together. And of course, it comes down to which team has the better defense or which team has the better attack. Because at the end of the day, that might not be the best attack. TG,
Wow, that was
Roar now down.
very aggressive from the jet there. I don't really feel like it was necessary, actually.
I mean, it was necessary because if they manage to find a good pick, you won't have to worry about the KO and you can get the sight. If you use those knives, you're going to have to make them work before you get shut down by that knife.
I mean, absolutely true, but was it necessary without any information? I don't...
Yeah, risk versus reward 100%.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad we can agree on that. But now C1 rotating. They called it pretty early, too. Devin's in the same spot, and it worked the second time.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. Beautiful plays by Devin, and he might do it again.
Player standing.
Oh, Psych is here for it, though. Sheriff in hand, but not the sheriff you need in town. You ain't Rango, buddy. And that's going to be 3-3. Sorry, do you need a minute?
I had perfect vision, and even I didn't expect him to be right there a second time.
I even have a mini map, but I didn't see it
I
coming.
can see
Yeah.
everyone, and I didn't expect him to be there.
Yeah, it's a little crazy here, but now we're going to be seeing a 4-to-1 split coming up here for the side of attack now. Obviously, we are seeing a big comeback here from C1. They've managed to take back the round slowly but surely, and this is the round where the teams have almost nearly identical econ, except an op in the hands of Kodo. This op should be able to make enough space for them. If not, they're not going to be looking too hot monetary-wise.
Once again, Jet with an op is a wild card, except for when things like that happen. Very unlucky.
Wow. Wild card there. Do not pass go, I guess. Let's see what else can happen. Shock dart, and what a shot through the smoke. What?
Did it hit?
Oh, no, it wasn't through the smoke.
Yeah, I was gonna
Angle.
say, wait, I didn't see it hit.
It was from the KJ taking him out in pizza, but talking about taking him out for pizza, let's see if these guys are going to be able to spend some money on some cash, as that is going to be Devin escaping the player. And let's see what else we can have here, as Psych is needing to get some info for their team. The Silva has been very helpful, but 2 ultimates here could be what they need. Cowpie on the site, plays it time. That's 1, that's 2, and that's bomb, but lockdown destroyed. They actually just got saved by their teammates.
Oh my stars. He won once again, just the flank, the unpredictability of an Omen saving the teammate there. And Cowpie once again holding their own on a non-duelist focused champion. Probably got a top frag again.
Wow. Absolutely, and they might be able to just finish this off here. I'm quite happy for that, but Psych, see if they can do enough.
Once again, this is best out of 3, right?
This is going to be a best of 3, yes. So if C1 wins this, the best of 3 is over, and they move on into the upper finals for tomorrow.
They wouldn't, right? Surely they wouldn't. They know. Okay.
You always got to do the jump check. Sometimes people watch for that, though. So it's a 50-50 gamble as who you expect the player is. And of course, with 50-50 aside, it's really just down to the person.
Absolutely. We need heart rate monitors here. That would have been fun.
Seeing their heart rate jump up when they hear a whiffed op shot right in their general direction.
Great. Same thing for the casters. Like watching them jump, my heart rate definitely spiked. Roar. A lot
Go
of
ahead.
utility for no one on site.
I mean, you don't know that until you know it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Dramatic
Again,
irony.
50-50.
Shut up. Here we go. Now there's a 50-50 chance that they take the site.
Four suppressed.
Manny's halfway to the
Spike
quarter.
planted.
Ooh,
And
it doesn't matter. He might have 50 out of 50 HP, but he still gets the pick.
Last player
There we
standing.
go. Kono's getting the trade. Oh, well, it looks like out of 50-50, they're only going to lose 60% of their team. A beautiful clutch up here from these guys. And C1 back to 5-3. If you don't know what we're referencing, good. Now,
Watching here. Don't get shot.
I know, beautiful
Brains are hard
retake
to
there.
replace.
It's just, God, they're playing so well. I like it's alright.
C1
They're
is playing
great.
incredibly
Yeah,
well.
C1 is
I mean,
playing great.
they're a seed 1, and they want to end this game. They want to get into that upper finals tomorrow. And I know it's going to be pretty exciting to watch that, because I just want to know who can compete with C1 if they consistently play like this. Obviously, right now, we've seen Thriving to Greatness compete really well with them, but it's not as consistent as some other teams in the bracket here.
Well, once again, I have to ask you, who can compete with the Chosen One? So, you know. I'm just saying.
That's fair.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Oh, Cowpie once again getting a free pick.
I guess that is one of the people you cannot compete with on the Chosen One's team.
Absolutely.
And neither Kodo.
Oh, wow. First time Devin's died without a kill, if I'm correct here, actually.
All right, well, right now, Devin, yeah, he's been very consistent.
One enemy
And
remaining.
that is consistency incarnate.
down, mid.
Doubling it up, ready for 3. Man, he's keeping on a
slaughter
sight.
right here.
Yeah, we're at the slaughterhouse, and unfortunately, it looks like someone else is out to hang. Let's now find Manny trying to get these plays, but they have their ultimate, so they can get that bomb. But if you notice, Salazar is actually playing amazing on top of it. If you stand directly on the bomb, you will be able to stop the Omen's play, but it looks like instead Manny has just enough time to fight for it, then TP to B. But this is a cross of an op to your
30
right and a
seconds left.
Vandal in front of you. Good luck. About to walk into a crosshair.
Beautiful team synergy there. I want to talk about how Aru kind of lost the 1v1 in the smoke. That was kind of fun. Like, just, I don't understand how you, maybe it was just unlucky. Like, just.
I mean, sometimes, you know, at this rank, we can expect only the best of these players. And, you know, obviously, there is a thing as Peeker's advantage when it comes to the speed at which you got to react a little bit. So, pretty
Yeah,
fun
maybe
stuff.
that's what it was. I'll give that. I'll give that. Okay, so what do you want to see from T2G here to kind of turn it around? Because now it's a 6v3. It's a 6-3.
Yeah, honestly, what I want to be seeing here is just use your ultimates effectively. You got 4 of them. And if they manage to do that, they should be fine. All right,
I'll help on
Springster.
both killjoys here.
Yeah, moderately low on attack. Defense, I think, should be fine. They can tank about 1.5 rounds before they get... Never mind.
You have to say something. Oh.
Never mind, I guess.
Here.
Well, they definitely didn't tank 1 round to the Guardian to the head. I
Absolutely not. Yeah, you're wrong.
found the crit spot on the boss, I guess. But Kodo, looking for more. Here
He's
we
glowing
go.
red, man.
Wait, okay, so they use their ultimate to rotate to A. Doesn't actually detain anyone here. And now we're seeing the ult fry him out.
Whoa.
Oh,
Whoa, that
almost had something good, but talk about good. It's going to be Kodo with an op taking out 1 and didn't even break the glass. Shot through the corner to do the damage, and that's going to be the trade for him. So clean as ever. Needs to do it again.
Honestly, that play was so hard to follow. I could barely keep up. It was just kind of motion sick inducing.
Here we go. Aru. Looking for somebody.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Ooh, you see the person, right? Oh, you try to flick it. Smart attempt, but Kodo is going to have to save the op. Obviously,
Yeah.
C1, they've already won this half. They've already guaranteed that they got to 6, which means they could take their time. Even if it gets to 6-6, this is a very confident team, and I would say that their attack is just as good as their defense.
Absolutely, very scary. Once again, that's the very scary part about being ahead is just not having to try to go for all or nothing plays that might not work because they're cool when you win. Still, once again, they suck when you lose. Now Kodo once again just has the op and can just do it a second time.
Yeah, and let's hope that they are going to be able to keep it going and hopefully seal this out. But useful
Can we
util.
get an O check by the way?
An old check, yeah.
Yeah,
At the top, we got right now 1 away from Calpie. We have a lot here coming out from these guys on Psych and Manny. Hey, 2 is a lot. All right.
T2G, yeah, a lot. We got this though.
Okay, good. Util is going to spawn him out. Toto is not going to want to stick around after getting spotted out. And Psych walked into some util to take a little bit more damage than I would like him to.
I mean, more than 0.
Definitely more.
Spike planted.
God, Koto with his op is so scary.
Here we go. They are running it down. Clean shot.
Stars. Okay.
Last player standing.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. Manny decided to play for real. Whew.
Oof.
Last round in the half.
Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But now, last round before the half, this is what C1 has tried to save for. The fact that they lost the op in the hands of Kodo last round is definitely not going to help them out. They do have, of course, a stinger in their hands to try to work it out, but I don't know. Aru with a stinger can do a lot of damage. The stinger's not exactly as meta as it used to be, but hopefully we are going to see what these guys can do damage-wise, but let's find out.
Revealing area.
Oh my stars.
There we go. Ignite. Getting the pick. That's going to be 1 player down, Kodo. Devin, though, this has been the Omen who's always been behind you, but it's about who's in front of you. Calpie ain't going to be able to hold it this time. And talk about holding it down. Middle is going to have a little bit of a battle with a trade of these players. And now it's a full rotate, retake, 2v4. Silva and KO versus the rest of them. Can we see C1 secure a advantage at the turn of the half? There we go. They're here for it. Trying to get these picks. Aru came into this round with just a stinger, has a vandal now,
Last player standing.
and has to 1v4.
We've seen crazier things happen. Although we see that happen a lot.
You know, I think the crazier thing is
Switching sides.
that he didn't get the Omen. He was taking a lot of pot shots at him, and it just didn't connect this time. But 6-6 at the half, we're seeing a big switch here, and it's going to be pistol round. Last pistol round, we saw incredible aggression from the side of Thriving to Greatness. Now, are they going to bring that kind of aggression on defense, or is the attack side going to bring that kind of aggression? Or are we going to see a lot more defense-sided for both sides? A default and maybe an ascent round going to 2GT. Let's find
Well,
out.
I mean, it's very interesting because C1 seemed to be able to get on site for free if they're allowed on site. Like, it didn't seem like T2G really could stop them once they were there. But the rounds that they were very aggressive, they all seem to work out well. I feel like trying it out again is honestly kind of worth it.
Absolutely. Let's find out here. Running it down. Well, you said aggression, but they didn't even check the corner.
Hey,
Psych gets that for free. Scape's going to get traded out, but... Or, sorry, Psych's going to get traded out. Scape is going to get a pick, and that is going to be bombed down, and
Killjoy is half. I guess it wasn't that bad.
Spike planted.
it's not going to be that bad here. There we go. There we go. Devin.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
my God.
Devin?
Could be a four.
Devin?
Devin versus Scape. Devin.
Oh my God, Devin!
Okay, Devin, we see you. And we also see that 4K for the Omen. This is the person who's always behind and at the top of the scoreboard, 13-10, with a bunch of assists and ready for more. Their team forcing up to make sure that they can bonus with rifles. I see Aru wanting to go for a full save with Ghost, and I see make it 3 Vandals and a Sheriff. Wait,
This is
Scape.
interesting.
A Bucky. Obviously, they can afford it, but it's
Oh,
still...
wait. Let him cook.
Let him cook with the Bucky.
Yeah, let him cook. The kill
Is he
is
valid?
Yeah, I like it. He's valid. We're about to find out.
They are going to hear that.
Did none of that hit any of them? Wow, okay. That dive got, wow.
No info for anybody.
Yeah, but look at where the jet is, like barely on the edge there.
It's understandable.
They seem happy about it.
You can try and talk to each other. They're speaking some language.
Oh, was that purposeful?
Find out. Good. Blind, able to be able to spot them out, but that is going to be Util 101.
Wow, both Silvas are 1. Devin is again going for the same play.
Ooh!
Oh, wow. Okay.
He jumps over to try to get info, but only gave it away. Now it's going to be 2 very low players on attack, plus 2 with full HP versus 2 to clutch it up. Manny and
30 seconds left.
Roar.
Oh,
Spike planted.
RO, any wall bang ends your life here.
Yeah, they are so low.
Last player standing.
Devin.
Okay.
Doesn't matter how low.
You've seen Devin clutch these.
Well, Manny now has to do it on his own. Let's see if Manny can.
This could be a good omen here, though.
Haha, but look at the flank. Talk about good omens. Look behind you. That is
It's a bad omen.
that's a terrifying omen, to be honest with you.
Terrifying omen.
And
Oh my.
cow pie.
The
Grabbing
fact
that
that
pick.
the fact that Silva got to stay alive is so huge, actually.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. The fact that Aru did not get shot by a stray bullet, shot by someone 8 miles away, amazing. But look at this. It is this is the bonus round for attack, and they have better guns than the defense right here, unless Manny remembers to buy. Okay, so it is going to be pretty even. I am seeing an Odin right now.
Whoa.
Yes, the Odin right now, there was a change to the amount of ammo in a magazine recently, about a few days ago. So the Odin did not get any changes. So the Vandal actually has 1 less reserve backup mag. So you run out of ammo much quicker now. And the Odin can spam where the Vandal cannot. Way better and even better now. So
Sounds
let's
like
see
you
it.
agree with the choice.
I do. I think the Odin on this map is one of the most common picks, but what is that? Kodo dashing really just 2-way street of doom, and that is going to be around there. Unfortunate for Kodo, but fortunate is going to be Psych as they're holding it down with an Odin to find 1. That's the spike. You hold the site, you get the spike, and you get another pick down. But can you find another? As of course you still have this Odin to do the damage. It's the All-Father gun, and hopefully they can find all the kills. But beautiful recon dart's gonna take out Aru. Devin now in a 1v3. We know him to be the clutch meister, but can he clutch it up today? It's their bonus round to win, and they're gonna have to do it soon. But oh, read like a book. Don't get wall banged.
This Silva has gotten so much out of his utility.
Oh, this is a one-way. You can't swing.
30 seconds left.
Good bait. Oh, good bait. Wait, what's Psych doing? What's Psych doing? He can spot the gun and just spray. And he does. And Devin cannot clutch it. Devin the GOAT, unfortunately, gonna be dehorned and taken down. But I'm loving what we're seeing here. The fact that the Odin's now coming into play. I know it doesn't seem like it's a rage-inducing gun to die to an Odin on this map, but
Absolutely.
it's what you have to do. You got to play the map for the meta, all right? Respect doesn't exist when $3,000 is on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, play to win and send a message when $3,000 is on the line.
Yeah, one of my friends, ZTOL, he is a Fade main, I think rank 3 Radiant right now. And
wow.
he actually only like uses either an Odin and Fade. So his combos are dumb and everyone hates him on Twitter because
like
of what he does. Because of what he
Mac is
does with the
bad.
Odin. Yeah, Magic's bad. Yeah, what are you supposed to do when you have a machine gun and vision that stays on? It's crazy. Just don't get seen. Well, Kodo was seen and unfortunately was taken out as well. But talking about what these guys can do, 3-3. This is going to be a pretty close game here. Aru now planting the bomb.
Spike planted.
We'll be able to seal it down. Escape. Clean shot. Cowpie. Absolutely what you need to be seeing here. But it's the Odin, which is going to get replaced for a gun a little bit more mobile, I'd say, with Guardian. But still, let's see what they can do now. Flashbanging out.
Last player standing.
That's clean.
And so are the shots from Cowpie, though. So you can have the clean flash lineups, but unfortunately, it seems as though you will get shot. And that's back-to-back. Actually, no, that's a counter round there, not back-to-back. Thriving to
Alpine didn't
greatness.
appreciate being at the bottom of the leaderboard. I see. Decided
Yeah.
that they needed to clutch it up a little bit.
I mean, their entire team has been very consistent next to each other, so no one's really falling behind. Aru, you can argue because he's not positive, but the guy's got 7 assists and been very consistent in getting his teammates information.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's like they know what to do and play together is really the goal. Now that Scape is on defense here with KJ, I'm hoping that they can start coming into light because KJ is much better on defense on Ascent than on attack. But if you're going to get aggressive with the Classic, you might get gunned down.
Oh,
Helps
body
out with
block.
Ignite, though. I mean, that was a good body block. That was very smart.
Deploying drone.
Spike planted.
And here we go. Okay.
Shout out to
You
the
should
folks
run.
here though, getting so much information.
Yeah, we'll talk about info. It's going to be the other Owl drone as it is a double. But wait, no, it's only a single. Manny jumping out and grabbing it.
One enemy remaining.
And now it's just going to be up to Manny.
Yeah, the kill.
Who's
joy
detained?
overall. Yeah, yeah.
Well, Manny, I'm glad you're over here and not any closer.
Decides to go back in?
What are you supposed to do? Wait to lose?
I guess.
He's got enough time. Manny has to clutch this for his team.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Quinn.
Okay, Manny.
Oh, out of
Why do I
time,
say
though.
anything? Why do I say
Hey,
anything?
that's why you go in. But remember, Sova, casting curse always exists. Doesn't matter what your relationship with Lady Luck is. Sova? Oh, sorry, Sora.
I wish.
You wish you were a white Russian guy?
I mean, I don't want to go rush into conclusions, but yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
All right. This was filmed in front of... Every time I hear that laugh, I always think of this was filmed in front of a live ostrich from Family Guy.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
Yeah. Yeah, anyways.
Honestly, so what do you think comeback odds are? What do you think the odds are getting to a game 3 are?
For getting them to a game 3, they definitely needed that bomb to be defused, but it's getting closer. If they win this round, they'll be fine. If they don't, it's going to be GG, because this is a round where they invested a lot of money and a lot of armor buys as well. They do have 4 ultimates to try to secure this, but they have to use them right now. They have to start investing.
Not wrong. I mean, Jet has not.
That's one.
Spike down.
And that's
mid.
one ultimate used, but
Devin for Ignite is. I mean, Ignite for Devin.
I'd say it's a worth a trade. That's your only flashback.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
How
Oh
high
my.
once again wants to be top frag.
Wants to be? Almost is.
Yeah,
One
wants
away.
to be. Devin is not giving it up willing. Never mind. Never mind.
Well, Devin can't give it up, but Manny
Spike
sure can,
planted.
walking right in there with his util out. Kind of strange.
Scape has a very steep road. The 2 top frags on the enemy team, but full health and lockdown.
Let's see what can happen here. Escape's gonna get spotted and time's gonna get bought.
So much time.
So much time to buy. You also got a one-way. You have to push into this one-way or into a lane with Cowpie, and Cowpie's on a 3K, so you might as well just give him his 4th. Never mind, shoot him in the head. But there's no time. And
Devin
this
might
is
have to
going
die
to...
here.
No, I think he can TP into CT if he's fast enough. Yep, he's out. And actually, it baits escape. No, you could have gotten out. The greed. Now they're broke.
The greed. Why? Why did you do that? I respect it. We would have been talking about how cool it was if it would have worked.
Yeah. Like flying cars. It would have been really cool if we had those, but it didn't happen. So, honestly,
True
though, that'd be
words have
such
not
a
been said.
that'd be such a nightmare to deal with.
Nah, there will be laws.
He'll be lost.
Yeah, there will be laws, and people always follow those.
Imagine drunk flying car driving.
I don't want to. I'll be honest. That doesn't sound too fun to imagine.
Flying under the influence to get an FUI.
Oh wait, okay. So because they were flashbang, they couldn't actually shoot the thing. Nice.
Yeah, that was smart. And that gave him a bunch of info. That's a free pick. But talk about free. Can Scape get it by what?
And that's why he's
Blinded
doing
and the
broken fire.
tracking. Oh my god. And Calpy here with the trade though on the roar. Pretty powerful.
Manny's about to Psych. Wait, Psych.
Psych's just getting wall banged. See if they can find this pick.
cancel ult too.
All right, 2v3. If they can get the guy in mid, they can get a 2v2. But Manny's walking right into Calpy, who's never played in this position today. So this is not going to be expected. And
One enemy remaining.
I thought that we were going to see a knife, but it's just like disrespectful flick to the head.
Calpy has been known to go for these knives in this game, but it doesn't really matter. Devin cleans it up once again.
Cleans it up. I mean, Devin's here for that, but I love how Calpy and Devin are just having a little bit of a measurement contest right here to see who's going to have the most kills by the end of the game. But it's going to be a timeout called now. I'm shocked that they called it here instead of last round because they gave up the match point advantage. If they had a timeout, they would have had more time to think about what to do before they're forced their hand. Every round from now on, they have to full buy or it's over.
If they get another round.
Right. Well, this round including, because we're still in the buy round here. So Ignite
True.
might be able to buy. Scape is going to have to force up. It's not going to be the easiest.
I love how everyone else on the team and honestly everyone else in the match is focusing on trying to possibly win this $3,000. And Devin and Calpy are just trying to win top frag. I respect that, you know?
That's how you know that this team is the one who's going to win. That's what you know.
All right, buddy. All right.
All I'm saying is if they don't have to...
buddy.
All I'm saying, they're having fun with it.
Caster's Curse Part 27.
Caster crack. Start
Caster
smoking
Crack
it.
Part 28.
Let's see it. Well, as of course, we are here to curse the game. Let's see if they're going to be cursing at their monitors if they lose it. Let's find out as it is now 12-7. If they curse at us...
Judge, I'm excited.
I mean, it should work considering how the aggression has worked and they also have the knives. They can try to pop it, but here's what they do. Judge up close and personal, pop knives if they have someone long range to fight. Here we go. Let's see it. I'm going to initiate with this and vice versa. Dashing right in. Hello.
Koto. I love him. He's so good. Just walks up and waits.
Good ultimate here. Trying to buy time.
The Killjoy just Killjoy the other Killjoy.
The KJ, the KJ. Good job. But now, let's see. But let's see if the kill steals are going to happen in this game. Nope.
Koto was aiming at toes there, but
hey, it's a judge. You're not really going to do a whole lot with it, but what we are going to do is move on to the upper finals tomorrow, as that is the end of this best of 3. Game 2 ending out with a bang, and these guys know exactly what to do to finish this off and hopefully seal the deal. But, of course, an amazing game from C1. And they, again, lived up to the name. Chosen Ones, thriving to greatness, is going to have to do their best to come back in the lower bracket. Obviously, I am noticing, I'm listening to the teammates in the game. They have an amazing amount of time with the just really good sportsmanship. They're just saying good luck in your next match. GG's. These guys are good players, good people. And I like that we didn't see any BMing and mostly just really good gameplay. And
Absolutely.
I think thriving to greatness has a chance at bringing it back, and they could get to the grand finals if they play incredibly well in the lower bracket and have
losers.
Yeah, in that lower bracket.
We might be seeing the start of a rivalry then.
We could, or we could see Chosen Ones saying, I have the high ground and taking this over. So I'm a little concerned for that. But honestly, let's see what they can do for these guys to just keep this going and maybe have the good day tomorrow, as I know that we're going to be casting a lot of games tomorrow. So make sure, if you're not already following this team along, if you're a fan of these players, then remember, it's not their fault that they lost. It's because chat was toxic. Just kidding.
Oh my stars. I know.
I'm kidding,
Casters,
I'm kidding.
blame the casters.
Blame the casters. Always blame us because it's our fault your team didn't do well.
Absolutely.
But
Right.
it's no one's fault that they didn't do well. It's just that end of the game kind of momentum. But if we're talking about the end of the game, we're talking about the end of the day. So if you guys want to follow IG League, make sure to join the Discord and check out the bracket to see what else is cooking in the background. I know that tomorrow is going to be an excited day. It starts at 2 p.m. in Pacific time, 2 p.m. PDT, PST. If you guys want to check that out, if you live in Pacific, you should know what time that is. Or if you need a clock, go find one. Google's free. Hopefully we see you guys soon. And you guys have a wonderful day. Thanks again for watching.
You are